All right. Okay. Hey, people, welcome back to my stream, and we're going to continue where we left off. I actually never closed the application, so literally where we left off, we're going to continue with the commotion that's happening in the school with Takumi trying to look for Rumi, and we want to know what's going on here. All right, let's get started. Things are bad? What did that mean? What was bad?
病気だったんだろ精神病のことがバレて余計におかしくなっちゃったらしいぜさっき飛べるとか言ってたぜやべえよやばすぎる俺人が死ぬとこマジで見てんだけど人黒すぎて最高だぜ早く落ちてこねえかな
Oh, these people, man. You can hear things like that coming from everywhere around me. Don't tell me. I had a bad feeling about this. Carefully following the gazes of other students, I looked up at the school building. On the edge of the rooftop stood a single girl. In her hand, just like during the concert, was a D sword, with an imposed emblematic of praying to God in the heavens above, on the edge of the roof. Stood Kishimoto Ayase.
その体は写真の影に潜む目には映らない存在
Kishimoto Ayase felt the wind blowing. The cold wind brought with it a faint hint of winter. Her expression, indulated with pain, huge drops of sweat formed on her face as she faced the chilled gales.
離れようとも離れようとも冷めぬ悪夢は
The Sume Academy rooftop was enclosed by a 2-meter high wire fence. Ayase was standing on the other side of it, occupying a space of only around 30 centimeters. 10 minutes had passed since she had first started standing there. One more step and she would fall from the roof of the 4-story school building. Many students were gathered below Ayase, watching her with bated breath.
やがて剣となりてこの身を切り裂くのだろう
Although the police and emergency services had been contacted, they had yet to arrive, likely due to the earthquake that had only hit a few hours prior. The teachers were running around in a panic, scrambling to get gymnasts ready in the case of the worst possible outcome.
無関心という名の盾で戦火を免れる人々
And yet, Ayase stood completely still, unperturbed by the ruckus below. Or rather, she had deliberately cut herself off from the rest of the world that lay beneath her. As she gazed up onto the sky, Ayase closed her eyes, her pose imitative of that of a maiden praying to the heavens. Due to her good sense of balance, the wind did not manage to sway her slender body. A fact made all the more impressive by her grasping a sword as long as she was tall.
神聖なる戦場の敵は心の内の悪意なるもの
The sword, her D sword, was blinding, blinking with a pale blue light. As if synchronized with it, Ayase's labored breathing continued, and then she began to murmur once more.
悪意は時として意志を持ちそしてその姿を表す
The bursts that she unfolded through her murmurs soon vanished into the wind. Ayase opened her eyes and gazed at the crimson sky spreading over the buildings of Shibuya.
この世界は悪意の妄想に満ち溢れているみんな他人の不幸が大好き目を閉じても 耳を塞いでもダメ。昔からずっと私のそばを離れてくれないわ。
As she breathed the soliloquy into the air, Ayase pulled her gigantic sword to her chest and gently embraced it with both arms. Curiously, the sharp sword did not leave a single injury on her.
帰りたかった。大いなる意志が住むもう一つの世界に。そのために心を切り刻んで全部受け入れたわ。混沌の器としての夢を。
Ayasa's face twisted in sorrow. Tears quietly spilled from her eyes. Droplets flowing voicelessly were all swiftly carried away by the wind.
だけどグラジオールの帯同が活発化している。もう時間がないのに見つからないのよ。天国の扉も賢者も導き手も七つの神罰も黒騎士の伝説は本当なの。歌はもうたくさん歌ったわ。それで足りないって言うならね。大いなる意志よ。
Ayasa spread her arms out far and wide, as if trying to embrace the sky itself, as if trying to show her presence to God on high.
私は飛ぶわ。
The pale blue pulsation of her sword intensified. Ayasa closed her eyes once more, and in that moment, a final tear dropped from the corner of her eye.
お願い、この器は差し出すから魂を連れて行って。
And then, without a moment's hesitation, the girl, with nothing there to support her, took the step forward.
帰るべき場所へ。
She felt the cold caressing her cheek. Her gaze fell to the earth. By the way, I'm so ready for the spiral Matai, man. Anyway, looming closer as she fell was... Oh, you know what? Let me... Since I randomly remember that, since we're talking about the spiral Matai, man. No, not this one. This one. Anyway, wrong visual novel. Looming closer as she fell was a door, a gate, and on the other side of it was the sky Ayase desired. I couldn't do anything but watch it unfold. After Ayase spread her arms out, she slowly stepped into the thin air, as if taking a step down on a non-existent staircase. Screams began to build among the spectators, coalescing into one gigantic roar. With nothing left to support her, Ayase, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, fell headfirst toward the ground. Everything appeared to be in slow motion. Ayase's body was going to crash to the ground. Her descent was incredibly slow, but she was definitely falling. She was gonna die. Ayase was gonna die. I couldn't do anything to stop it. I couldn't save someone falling from that high. And there was nothing but concrete below her. It would crush all her bones, rupture her organs, and make her dark blood and gray matter spurt out all over the ground. If only there was a flower bed or something. If only there was something soft below her. There was, maybe it could save her. I didn't want to see someone die. As I went to close my eyes, for a ephemeral moment I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I looked behind me, but not a soul was standing there. Everyone else either looking down, averted their eyes, or looking up at her. Who sono me dare no me. A sound shook the air. The sound of a person crashing down. It was the first time I've ever heard that sound, but it has a lot less impact than I was expecting.
まさか。
Next to me stood Misumi-kun, his eyes wide as dinner plates. I expected his gaze to be tainted by dread, but the way he stared at the place Ayase had fallen was one of surprise, not horror. It wasn't just Misumi-kun that was like that. All of the spectators looked like they had no idea what was going on. They were all lost for
生
words.
きてる。
Huh? She was alive? Ayase wasn't getting up. I couldn't tell if her bones were crushed. I couldn't tell if her organs had ruptured. But her gray matter hadn't spread everywhere, nor had dark blood. A small, feeble groan escaped from Ayase's breath. She was still alive. She seemed to be unconscious and wasn't moving, but she was alive. She was barely even injured. There was only a small drop of blood on her forehead. She had fallen from the rooftop, but there she was, lying there almost completely unharmed, lying atop a flower bed.
花壇に
Was there always a flower bed there?
予定と結果に大きな違いがあったようだが。
By the way, before continuing, I like how there's that huge difference in the anime and that scene. In fact, well, spoilers. In the anime, you wouldn't even know a flower bed was summoned until later on, or the outcome of that event. Because in the anime, I think Takumi just went off and he didn't bother seeing the outcome. But something happened. Here, you know that she fell and there was a flower bed and she survived. So, yeah, that's one big difference. Anyway, let's continue.
我々は進化への第一歩を踏み出したんですよ。
三桁もの死人が出るなど我々は聞いておらんぞ。
計画に不備があったのかね。
いいえ、お二人にはぜひ人の進化の歴史というものを振り返ってみていただきたいものですね。
進化には多少の犠牲はつきものという点については異論はない。
死人のことなどどうでもいい。重要なのは予定と違うということだ。
想定の範囲内ですよ、私の中ではね。
ならばなぜ事前に我々へ連絡せんのだ。情報をコントロールするにはそれなりの下準備が必要なのだぞ。貴様の推挙のために人や金を犠牲にしてきたわけではない。それを忘れるな。
ご安心を。先ほど申しました通り、全ては想定の範囲内。いずれ近いうちに選挙での票集めに苦労することも、強引な勧誘活動を告発される恐れもなくなるでしょう。我々が日本、いや世界を変える日もじきに。
口を慎め。300人委員会への造反が知れれば我らに待っているのは破滅だけだ。
We are the Committee of 300. We're back in the Sonic Advent stuff. Well, this is the first game in the series where they, for the entire series, the entire series anyway, and they make a mention of the Committee of 300. Anyway, this is New World Order. If you played Red Steins Gate in any form, you would have a good idea who the Committee of 300 is.
君の役目は計画通りにことを進めることであって、それ以上でも以下でもないよ。
調整は我々がやる。
承知しています。
それで第二世代についての報告を聞こうか。
お二人にも満足していただける仕上がりですよ。ノア2は
I bolted away from school as fast as I could, and I ran and ran all the way to the park. Only when I felt like I was about to suffocate did I stop. My lungs were in a dire need of oxygen. As I gasped for breath, I took a quick look around the park. There was no one around. There was no one there I was afraid of. Neither Shogun nor Yua were anywhere to be seen. Relieved, I tried to catch my breath. It was almost evening. The sky's blue was slowly turning orange with the twilight. Compared to the insanity at the school that I have felt so unreal, this park was completely quiet, just as it was. It always was. The incident from before had ended as a failed suicide attempt. Ayase had then been taken away on an ambulance, but I had no way of knowing what happened after that. After going through all of that, I gave up on searching for Remy and came here to the park instead. The scene from only a few minutes ago was engraved into my mind. Back then, when Ayasa's body came crashing down, I'd been convinced that nothing could have saved her. But she had been saved. I don't know how exactly, but I at least knew she wasn't dead. She had been breathing, virtually unharmed too. Under normal circumstances, she would have absolutely died. The thing that saved her was a total miracle. She'd fallen on top of the tender soil of the flower bed. Something that was physically impossible. It was physically impossible for Ayase to have fallen on top of a flower bed, because there hadn't been a flower bed there. Just before Ayase had fallen, the place where she was going to fall had nothing but gray asphalt of a parking lot. A number of Sume teachers parked there. So how had a flower bed just appeared there? So had I done that? It was true. At the time, I was so frightened that I had the delusion of how a flower bed appearing below her would save her. But even then, was it really possible? Was it really possible that the delusion had become reality? Okay, let's consider it. First, I had a feeling that I might not have special powers. Second, there was a time when that Ayase had split into two, and now I just experienced something similar to that. So creating a flower bed in an instant, how could I have achieved something that extraordinary? I didn't even have a D sword. And on top of that, the flower bed had continued to exist even after Ayase had crashed onto it. When the teachers had rushed to check on her in the flower bed, their footprints had been visible. The flowers blooming there, which appeared to be the same ones in the courtyard, had been trampled over by emergency services. When I looked, a number of flowers had either been flattened or had their stems completely bent. The flower bed might still be there in that state. A delusion had become a reality, and it stayed that way. It hadn't disappeared afterward, which made it different from Ayasa's other self. And everyone accepted the idea that the flower bed being there was only natural. No one even questioned it. Had I seriously done all that?
Oi,
A sharp voice called for me from behind. Before I even got the chance to turn around, a hand grabbed me by the collar. With no chance to resist, I was shoved violently against the playground equipment. I groaned in pain as my back hit the equipment hard. Positive delusion, let's go.
お前だな。あの花壇を作ったの。
It was her, Senna. She was the one tossing me around. She continued gripping my collar with tremendous strength. It grew hard to breathe. I tried to fight back by squirming and flailing around with my arms, but she refused to let go. Her eyes were filled with a sharp murderous light. It sent shivers down my spine, thinking I was about to die. I shook my head in desperate denial.
とぼけるな。
All right, delusion time. I could feel Senna's breath on my cheeks. Just the thought of her only needing to move a bit closer to rip my throat out with her teeth genuinely terrified me. Staring at me point blank range, Senna. Nice. Nice delusionary boy. Felt something soft against my lips. I had no idea what was going on. All I knew was that I couldn't breathe and I was getting really dizzy. I tried to push myself away from her, but Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, so I couldn't move. Something began wriggling lustfully against my lips. The knife penetrated my mouth. I twisted roughly around my tongue and slid across my gums and violated me orally. I didn't know what was going on. All I knew was, for some reason, it felt really good. But I still was having trouble breathing. I was about to pass out. But just before I would have, the wriggling object left my mouth. A second. Senna's lips glistened with saliva. She had been staring at me with murderous eyes only a few moments ago, but now her eyes looked utterly enchanted. Wait, had she just kissed me?
お前こそ勇者。お前の力を私に貸せ。私と一緒に戦え。拒否するのは許さない。
After rattling off the insanity in an angry voice, Senna brought her face to mine once again. It's like I'm watching White Album 2 here, man. Anyway, she pressed her lips madly against mine and violated my mouth. Hot breaths and sweat saliva trickled past my lips.
私は勇者に純潔を捧げるために生まれてきた巫女だ。
In the state of pure ecstasy, she rattled off line after line that made me think, huh, what kind of eroge is this?
お前がいないとこの戦いには勝てない。さあ、血の契約を交わそう。
Tennis. Yeah, this is literally what happened in White Album, right? White Album 2. Senna's teeth sank deeply into my lip. Pain shot through me and the taste of blood spread inside my mouth. They literally do this in White Album 2. This is a true ending route. I love this, man. It's the same voice actress, man. It's the same. She's even using the cast as a voice, man. Did she have any idea how to ask someone something? Even though she did, everything she said was completely absurd. But the sensation of basically getting reverse raped, well, to be blunt, I was hard as a rock. I could get into this kind of roleplay.
おい、無視するな。
I shot back to my senses. Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, and she still had me pinned to the playground equipment. And her face was still really close. Our eyes met and my face went hot.
その力のことを誰に教わったんだって聞いているんだ。
I didn't remember her asking anything like that. Maybe the scenario from earlier was just a delusion I used to escape reality. Maybe. Despite me still trying to wrap my head around this situation, Senna didn't seem to care and started shaking me violently.
誰からだ？答えろ。天聖信仰会とは関係あるのかないのか。
The Divine Church of what now? I shook my head reflexively. I can't breathe. You're choking me. I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna die. I'm done for. Just before I lost consciousness, Senna suddenly let go of me and I collapsed to the ground. I kept on coughing, struggling desperately to get oxygen in my lungs. Was Senna my enemy after all? Was she another one of Shogun's underlings? If she was, then I had to run away.
関係ないならいい。悪かった。
Noticing my confusion, Senna clicked her tongue politely, then let out a sigh. And then without saying another word, she want to leave. Because she wasn't going to hurt me. Then... Mustering up all my courage, I called after her. I expected her to ignore me, but instead she stopped and turned around. Her expression remained stern, but she still looked like she was willing to listen to what I had to say.
力って何なの？
And Senna knew something. She asked me if I created the flower bed from before. Everyone but me had recognized the flower bed as something that had always been there. But that didn't seem to apply to Senna.
さっきの花壇どうなって？
お前が妄想したんだろ。
The delusion I had, but
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまりエラーを現実として認識させる。
でも視界に映すだけじゃそれって幻でしかないよ。
illusions were nothing more than that. Illusions. Fake stuff you perceive as real. If that flower bed had just been an illusion, then ISS shouldn't have survived. The only way ISS would have been saved was if the flower bed hadn't been an illusion but entirely real.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。だがお前はディソードなしでそれをやった。
And then there she goes again. More incomprehensible garbage. Wait, but I realized what Senna was telling me wasn't just some schizo shit she'd come up with. The VR technology patent exists after all, so at least wasn't BS. Senna definitely knew things I didn't.
いいか、これ以上エラーを作るな。それがお前のためだ。それと他にもエラーを見たら教えろ。
Without letting me even get a word in, Senna blasted me with a thing after thing, which sounded like threats. And then when she was finally done, she turned her back to me.
目に見えるものだけを信じられることがどんなに幸せか。
After spitting out one last murmur this time, Senna finally left the park. Oh, I thought that, okay, I kind of forgot what happened in between here. Because, okay, spoilers. Later on, Senna does actually explain everything. She actually does the info dump of everything you need to know, including how to manifest a D sword. But I thought that conversation was going to lead to that. But then again, it has to involve the transfer student. Looks like they're not yet like kind of whatever. Anyway, the floor of Tokyo General Hospital that housed the psychiatric ward was engulfed in silence. Ever since the earthquake had struck, the emergency room and surgical ward had been faced with a difficult situation. Injured citizens who had lost consciousness due to unexplained symptoms were being carried into the clinic one after the other. The psychiatric ward, meanwhile, was not nearly as involved in the relief efforts, nor were the outpatient facilities, allowing the latter department to conclude its operations even earlier than usual. Over the last few days, patients suffering from PTSD had come pouring in, but at least for today, the psychiatric ward had finished all its outpatient appointments. And the nurse there, Hazuki Shino, realized that she had been working nonstop ever since her shift began the night before, and that she had hardly even taken a break. This obviously left her feeling quite exhausted and, of course, hungry. The psychiatric ward had recently lost one of its doctors in the New Gen incidents, and the person replacing him had yet to arrive, leaving them constantly understaffed. However, despite the shortage, all that remained for today's work was some minor chores that Hazuki could pass off to the next nurse, allowing her to take some time off. Reassuring herself that she only had to persevere for a little longer, Hazuki slapped her cheeks with both hands and began to walk through the empty lobby, only to suddenly feel a gaze on her back. Chills ran down the nape of her neck. Goosebumps rose across her skin. She reflexively looked behind her, but all she saw was a silent corridor. Not a soul was there. Oh, someone was watching her literally. I wonder why. Hazuki jumped in surprise. She had heard a voice come from an entirely different direction. The origin of the voice was a single man standing in the lobby, which Hazuki had been convinced was empty. He had called out to her the moment she first saw her. He was a fairly young man and appeared quite virile. His complexion was nearly faultless, and he looked just as, if not more, healthy.
あなたは。
ちょっと時間もらっていいっすか。
はあ。
どうもっす。
He smiled awkwardly, abruptly grabbed Hazuki's arm, and started walking her from the lobby toward the stairs. Hazuki, still quite bewildered, watched as the man, Suwa Mamoru, took out a black ID badge from his pocket and humbly held it out to her. It was a police badge. Stopping at the landing of a staircase, Suwa looked around carefully. He seemed to be concerned with his surroundings.
それで、お話って。
Still having quite a bit of work left to do, Hazuki was feeling slightly restless, something Suwa seemed to understand implicitly. And then, without any form of introduction, Suwa produced an image from his pocket.
この少年に見覚えないっすか。
Depicted in the photo was the apathetic face of Nishido Takumi. Hazuki, confident in her ability to recognize faces due to her profession, nodded in her head.
西条拓間違いないっすか。
ええ。でも。
Hazuki's hesitation was only natural. Leaking a patient's private information could only spell trouble, even if it was to the police. But this was something Suwa had been aware of prior to speaking with Hazuki. Suddenly, Suwa's light attitude that he had been displaying up until that moment shifted to a far more serious one, and he began to speak in a low voice.
頼みがあるんすけど、西条拓のカルテこっそり見せてもらえないっすか。
そんなの無理です。できません。
とある事件に関わる重要なことなんすよ。
Now, in a complete loss for words, Hazuki tried to leave, when Suwa circled around her and blocked her path.
困ります。
迷惑はかけないっす。だから頼みますよ。
At the last resort, Suwa got down on her knees.
やめてください。
His
本
knees.
当に無理なんです。
これ以上犠牲者を出さないためにも。
Hazuki had no idea what she could do to make him give up. Unable to think of any proper way to say no, Hazuki could do nothing but stammer. Those two. Yeah, there's something special about those two. Let's talk about it later on, but not now. That's probably like chapter 9 kind of stuff. Anyway, I was in a bit of a daze after Senna left, but I quickly shook myself out of it and dashed all the way back to my base. Luckily, I hadn't been confronted by Shugen and Yua on the way. In the end, I come back home without finding Remy. With all the insanity caused by Ayase and the earthquake, the school probably let everyone go home early. So maybe if I waited a bit, Remy would show up. In the meantime, though, I just had to suck it up and deal with my own fear alone. To distract myself from my growing anxiety, I went to try and gather information on my freshly restored PC. Right as I thought that, notification light on my phone, which I had set right next to my monitor, started blinking. When I opened it, I saw I had received a text. I thought it was Remy trying to contact me, but when I opened it, oh my god, it's Nanabe. That's a cute email address. Oh my god, it's Nanabe. That's a very cute email address. She's so cute. Something crazy happened at school today. There was a suicide attempt. It was so freaky. I hadn't been that scared in a while. Sniff. I hope she's okay. Were you at school when it all went down, big bro? Oh, and wow, that earthquake was real crazy too. It gave me a really, really, really bad headache though. What was that all about? Sad, crying. And he's gonna be like, fuck this girl. And I'm like, the fuck is wrong with this guy? Should she kind of enjoy being part of the spectators, huh? That's not fucked up at all. Naturally, I didn't send a reply. Asshole. What an asshole. Anyway, I searched online for information. To be fair, I totally understand why he was like, so you were just part of the spectators, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, I searched online for information on ISA. 10,000's official homepage was still down. And none of the newspapers had reported on her either. Well, I guess they had their hands full with the earthquake, so they couldn't really spend the time reporting on some random indie singer's suicide attempt. Where things were now, I had no way of figuring out how exactly ISA was doing, so I switched topics. There was way more information on the earthquake than when I had checked earlier. Apparently, the death count has risen to 118. The injured went above 300. Wow. I never thought the fatalities would go beyond 100. The epicenter was Shibuya, and it seemed the damage hadn't spread outside of it. It had been a seismic intensity 5 quake. According to one article, most of the magnetic media within Shibuya had been destroyed. When I thought about how I wasn't the only one to experience such tragedy, it made my frustration erupt all over again. It was true. Undeniable tragedy. My treasure Moe pics and Eroge save flight data. They would never come back. That aside, I couldn't help but feel that this was no normal earthquake. 118 people dying wasn't normal. I mean, of course, the normality had grown into the hot topic of discussion online. Figure Eroge board guide. Jesus Christ. How are they all such uncaring assholes? Alright, let me read this. You guys think this earthquake was caused by Sonome Darenome guy too? Oh, what the hell? Sonome Darenome for the win. Yeah, 100%. How else would 118 people die in a SI5 earthquake? Like, what the fuck, Lamau? Anyway, I tried to think back to what happened during the earthquake. First, I've been hit by a tremendous impact. My head had felt like it was boiling, exploding, even a sensation I had never experienced before. Getting hit by something that bad, dying from shock wouldn't be all that surprising. Telling myself that I shouldn't stick to just the internet, I decided to watch some news on TV as well. My PC had a TV tuner attached on it, so that was why I didn't have nor need an actual TV.
現在までに死者118名、重軽傷者300名以上と非常に多くの犠牲者が出ていることが分かっています。さて、渋谷の駅前と中継がつながったようです。島谷さん、現地の様子はいかがですか
？2005年に同じように震度5の地震が東京であったんですよ。その時はゼロで、なぜ今回は100名以上の被害者が出ているんですか？
被害者の数は震度に比例するわけじゃないんです。そこには様々な要因がありまして。亡くなった方の死因や病院に運ばれた負傷者の容体については未だ詳しい情報が入っておりません。また渋谷区を中心に磁気メディアが全壊してしまっていることについて今日は専門家にお越しいただいております。
地質学産業研究所より林原泰造先生、財団法人地質調査環境センターより小沢幹人先生にお越しいただきました。
林原さん、今回の地震について磁気メディアに深刻な被害が出た原因というのはどういうところにあるんでしょうか？
まず知っておいていただきたいのは、渋谷区あたりの地下200メートル付近には磁鉄鉱、つまり天然の磁石が多く埋蔵されている地層があるということですね。地層の分類としては火成岩層ですが、私たちはこのエリアを磁鉄鉱の谷、マグネタイトバレーと呼んでいます。地中にある磁石の谷ですね。文字通りかなり大規模な岩脈なんですよ。ここにですね、今回の地震のような大きな刺激が加わったとするならば、その影響で地上に存在する磁生態、主に磁気メディアの持つ記録部に 致命的なダメージを与えてもおかしくはないんです。
何をバカな。
小沢先生は別の意見ですか？
確かに渋谷の地下には巨大なマグネタイトの岩脈があることは事実です。ですが磁石と呼ぶにはあまりにも微弱なこのマグネタイト群にはですね、地上の磁気モーメントや安定磁場を崩すほどの力はないというのが通説になっています。実際ですね、過去にも震度5の地震は何度も発生しています。過去のそれらの地震では今回のような被害はなかった。なので原因は別にあるのではないかと考えるのが妥当だと思います。
そうは言うがね、今回の異常な犠牲者数についてはただの地震では片付けられない何かがあるのが事実なわけであり、渋谷にいた人のほとんどが頭痛がしたって訴えていることからも間違いなく自鉄鋼が関係している可能性が。
磁場ごときで100人も殺せると主張するおつもりですか？
それではここで CM です。
結局詳しいことは何もわからずか。
Right after the earthquake, there had been a huge white mist floating above Shibuya. It turned the sky completely white, and yet it hadn't been mentioned on the news. When the information had been fresh, everyone made sure to report on it. But now they were acting like it never happened. Something about that just felt wrong. The off-hours entrance to AH Tokyo General Hospital featured an area where ambulances could pull up alongside the building in order to deliver emergency patients. 2 ambulances were currently parked there, and the paramedics were carrying those injured during the earthquake into the hospital. A doctor wearing light green surgical scrubs and a middle-aged head nurse accompanying him were loudly directing the paramedics through that process. The area around the off-hours entrance was already lined with patients waiting to receive treatment, the sheer number of which indicated how busy the doctors truly were. There were 2 types of patients getting carried into the hospital. First, the ones suffering from physical trauma. Patients would come with blood flowing from their arms, legs, and foreheads. Their faces contorted in pain. While their state made them difficult to look upon, their treatment had been relegated to a lower priority. The other type were those who were unconscious despite showing no signs of physical trauma. These patients were prioritized. The number of unconscious people were awfully high among the emergency patients brought in from this particular earthquake. Such a high number had not been observed following the previous major earthquakes. It was an entirely new phenomenon. Moreover, the doctors were unable to explain the reason why so many of them had fallen unconscious. Another ambulance arrived at the hospital, a siren blaringly loud. When the emergency responders disembarked from the ambulance, the doctor asked the patient's condition, and the paramedic immediately responded with, "That was all it took." In a normal situation, the doctor would have protested, asked for more information. In an unprecedented chaotic situation, one would have expected that just shouting top priority was answered by assisting, "You don't say." And yet, surprisingly, both the doctor and the head nurse merely gave a light nod, then proceeded to help unload the stretcher from the ambulance. The person lying on the stretcher was Kishimoto Ayase. She was unconscious and faint moans escaped her lips. Paying no mind to the resentful gazes of the injured patients sitting around the entrance, the doctor and paramedics hurriedly carried the stretcher inside the hospital. The girl stood in the hospital's main entrance, observing the situation from a distance. Sakihata Rimi's eyebrows furrowed atop her stern expression. Her teeth sank into her lip.
Kishimoto-san.
Ooh, that's where she was. Obviously, I was concerned about the earthquake, but Shogun was way more of an issue to me. I couldn't get him out of my head. And speaking of, my headache was more or less gone, but anxiety had already swooped right on in to replace it, as did the depression that came with being alone. I still hadn't heard from Remy. I tried calling her myself, but it had gone straight to voicemail. Up until now, Remy had always come dashing in to rescue me, to tell me everything would be fine. So of all days for her not to do that, why today? Hadn't she told me that she would always stay by my side? I gritted my teeth, and then, as a way to escape my anxiety, I decided to focus entirely on reconfiguring my PC. First things first, I needed to fix the settings on my email software. It's been forever since I first set it up, so I couldn't remember how exactly to do it. So the first thing I had to do was find the instruction manual that had been included with the email software provided by my ISP. Despite not putting in much actual physical work, I found myself drenched in sweat. I'd nearly given up out of frustration multiple times throughout the process. It ended up eating a full hour of my time, half of which was spent trying to find the damn manual, just to recover my email address. Well, now that I have put it back, I should check it right away.
メールだよボケナス
Nanami. Whose eyes are those eyes? Everything else was spam. I could finally hear that voice again. I felt so relieved. All that pain and suffering had all been worth it. I had 8 new emails, all of which were spam. Actually, hidden among the spam was an email with a strange subject line and an even stranger sender. I groaned reflexively. What the hell? Was Nanami trying to prank me? If she was, then it was a pretty shitty thing to do. I genuinely wanted to punch her in the face. No, wait a minute. There was no reason for her to get an email. There was no reason for me to get an email from Nanami. She had never contacted me using my computer's email address before. She'd always texted me on my phone like she had earlier. And not only that, but I had never even given her my email address. Was it just coincidence? A fluke? Nanami was a common first name after all. The phrase "sonome dare nome" had become so popular, pretty much everyone was using it. This was nothing strange about it being used as a subject for a spam email. But just to soothe my anxiety, I decided to check the contents.
結構な長文だな。さっきはチャットで話ができて楽しかったよ。ちなみに送信者の名前はダミー。僕の名前は将軍だよ。
Shit!
え
Shogun? No. It couldn't be.
将軍が僕のメアド知ってるはずが。
Wait. Well, what if Shogun had read my mind? If he had done that, figuring out my email address would be child's play.
嘘でしょ
Anyway, let's read it. From Nanami. It was fun chatting with you earlier. Before anything else, though, I should mention the sender name is an alias. My actual name is Shogun. I'm glad Ayase-san's safe. I initially planned to paint her as the next victim of my new gen canvas, but suicide works too. You did down yourself, Takumi-kun. You got a new high score. I'm very impressed. You really are something special, but enough about that stuff. Let's talk about Nishido Nanami-chan. But enough about that stuff. Let's talk about Nishido Nanami-chan. The two of you are siblings, so I thought I'd love to see some juicy drama unfold between you two. Ever since the earthquake hit, Shibuya's been pretty bloodthirsty. Whether we can reach a conclusion so touching, it'll blast all that away in an instant. That's up to you. It's really hard to clear quests unarmed, isn't it? You're a hero, so don't you feel you deserve a legendary sword to match? I know you do, so I hope you're looking forward to what I've got in store for you. Anyway, let me continue reading this one. As I read the email, seeing how friendly he was acting toward me only served to creep me out even further. More. This guy, he was insane. Why would he... At 9 p.m. tonight, I want you to come to the roof of O Front. You're gonna be on TV, so make sure you put on a heroic tunic. Now then, let the quest to rescue Nanami begin. P.S. Before I forget, did you get my present? He was talking about quests and high scores, like this was some sort of game.
僕が勇者なんかじゃない。ナイトハルトじゃない。
It was planning to finally kill me. I couldn't go. There was no way I could go. I wanted to run away. Remy, I need you to protect me. Why wasn't she answering me when I tried to contact her? Maybe she had been injured in the earthquake? But back when I seen Misumi-kun, he didn't mention anything's happening to her. I picked up my phone and checked if I got any calls or texts from Remy.
来てない。
Remy, where did you... Right as I thought that, something stopped me. It was my text. At the top of the list, I could see that the text Remy had sent me earlier. Nanami sent me earlier. Was Nanami okay? I read Shogun's email again from top to bottom. But enough about that stuff. Let's talk about Nishido Nanami-chan. Now then, let the quest to rescue Nanami begin. What was that supposed to mean? Forget that. I should just call Nanami. I opened the address book on my phone. Only 3 numbers were registered there. Remy's, Nanami's, and the number of my parents' house. Nanami was always nagging me to call her. Every time we saw each other, she'd bug me about it. Well, since she asked so many times, I could throw her a bone. So please, answer. If you don't, I'm never calling you again. I swear to God, if you got injured during the earthquake and aren't answering because of it, I'll never let you hear the end of it. I selected Nanami's number and pressed the call button. I put the phone into my ear. I heard nothing. The ringing tone didn't start immediately. It was normal for my phone to take a second whenever I called with it, but right now, 1 second of silence felt like an eternity. I was getting increasingly antsy.
早くしてよ。よし、つながった。
Wait. What was that sound in the background? Huh? What? That sound. What was that sound? I pulled my phone away from my ear. Wait, why am I hearing a sound? An unfamiliar melody echoed throughout the room. Could it be a ringtone? Alright, let's go pause the delusion. Whose phone was ringing? But with the timing? What else could it be? I shook my head. I had never heard Nanami's ringtone, so there was no proof that the melody I was hearing was it. No proof at all. I was getting scared now. I pressed my phone back to my ear. Nanami still wasn't answering. Please pick up. Pick up the phone already. Oh, she picked up.
ナナミナナミナナミでしょ。返事しろよ。今どこにいるんだ。大丈夫なの。何か言って。ナナミナナミ。
実は。
What the? Something weird was going on. It was almost like I was hearing Nanami not just through the phone, but from somewhere really close by too.
お前、一体どこにいるんだ。上。
My gaze wandered upward. Something was moving on top of my bed. A person. Someone was ringing around there, and because of how little space they had, Erogu cases crumbled to the floor as they did. Don't tell me.
そこにいるの？
見つかっちゃった。
I guess I've been right. Nanami peeked out on top of the bed with an apologetic look on her face. Had she just been hiding this whole time? But since when?
何が手だよ。それより車椅子の怪しいやつに会わなかったか。
As she got out of the bed, I examined her from top to bottom to see if she was hurt anywhere.
鬼、ちょっと落ち着いてってば。
聞いてるんだ。答えろよ。お前、本当に大丈夫なのか？
それって将軍のことだよね。
まさかあったのか？どこで何をされた？
I grabbed Nanami by the shoulders, desperately pressing her for an answer. Jesus Christ. Yes, Nanami could be a huge brat, but if Shogun had defiled her, it'll be all my fault. Shogun had put his hands on her as a means to provoke me. To him, she was just collateral damage.
Oh man.
I was so ashamed. I started to cry. I was causing problems not just for myself, but for those around me. Heartless otaku, my ass. I was a failure, not just as a brother, but as a human being. I was scum. Complete, utter scum.
鬼、泣いてるの？もしかしてナナのことを心配してくれてる？
ごめん。僕のせいで。
泣かないでよ。困ったな。実はあの将軍のメール、ナナのいたずらなんだ。
は？
I couldn't process what she said. I was stunned.
つまり将軍ってナナだったの、最初からずっと。お兄があんまりにもナナの相手してくれないから、ちょっとからかうつもりで、つい。だからね、ナナは誰にも何にもされてないし、全くピーピーしてるよ。お兄が泣くことなんてないの。わかった？
お前。
I was relieved. Upon learning that she received me, the release of all my tension and fear made me cry even harder. I couldn't believe that she'd do that to me, and I was pretty upset that she'd been screwing with me for so long, but none of that mattered right now.
だよ。
ごめん、本当にごめんね、鬼。差し入れ持ってきたから、それで許して。
She held her hands together as if in a prayer as she apologized to me, and then she cheerfully took out a paper box that had been hidden in the corner. Inside the box were 4 tiny cakes, 2 Mont Blancs and 2 cheesecakes.
どう？美味しそうでしょ？まあ、当然だよね。ナナの手作りだもん。お兄のために作ったんだからね。ほら、一緒に食べよう。
Nanami put the box on my desk, then placed 2 cakes each on 2 different paper plates that she set out. No idea where did it come from though.
ねえお兄、ナナのこと心配してくれてありがとう。すごく嬉しかった。お兄にもいいところあるじゃん。泣いちゃったのはちょっと情けなかったけどね。
Shut your mouth, you lying, backstabbing bitch. My pride had been torn to shreds. I've been deceived, betrayed. I even ended up crying. I couldn't believe how pathetic I was, how stupid I was.
でも、お兄がナナのお兄でよかった。
He smiled at me happily. It was a more peaceful sight than I was used to. How nice would it be if that was actually what happened? Oh no, 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 no. Here we go. Yeah. That was nothing more than an overly convenient, easy to swallow delusion of mine. Nanami still hadn't picked up, and the sound of someone's ringtone continued to echo throughout the room. The melody was a happy-go-lucky one, something that was in harsh contrast to my current state of mind. The sense of dread within me was growing. There was no getting around it. Nanami's phone was in this room. I couldn't think of any other explanation. I couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore. Yes, before I forget, did you get my present? This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. It didn't matter how much sense it made. It just couldn't be true. I slowly lowered the hand holding my phone. I couldn't even blink. My throat was dry as the desert. Even still, I searched for the source of the sound. This time, I slowly, ever slowly, examined each and every object scattered throughout the room. I hated myself more than ever for not cleaning my room. If only I was more organized, I could have spotted where it was coming from immediately. Where the hell was it coming from? What's in the box? What's in the box? That box. The song was coming from inside it. It was the size of 2 eroge cases. At first I thought it was something I bought online, but there was nothing printed on it. There wasn't a shipping label either. It was sealed with duct tape. Had this large box always been there? Had it fallen from the bed during the earthquake?
Yeah.
It couldn't have. I'd never seen it before. If it was something I bought online, I would have opened it straight away. If it was something I had sold and was shipping to someone else, I'd sent it off the moment I sealed it up. For a second, I considered that maybe Nanami had dropped it off, but I couldn't remember her bringing in a cardboard box of this size, which could only mean during the hour I'd been at school, someone had entered my base. I have a present for you. I hope it pleases you. My heart was beating out of my chest. In the panic, I went to check the lock on my door. A chill ran down my spine. Earlier in the day, when I wandered outside my base, I didn't remember locking the door. I couldn't blame myself. At the time, I'd been suffering from a stabbing headache, and I was really dizzy. When I'd come back from school an hour later, I hadn't locked the door then either. Anyone could have easily gotten in. Was it Shogun? Had Shogun really broken in? I looked at the box again. The song was still playing. Nanami's phone was in there. I nervously lifted the cardboard box. It was heavy. With how heavy it was, there was no way there was just a phone inside. It weighed about the same as 500 millimeters of soda. I was hesitant to open it. I had a very bad feeling about this. But there was nothing else I could do. I had to open it. I was too worried about Nanami. She was a total brat, but at the end of the day, she was still my Imoto. Nanami's phone was in the box. In other words, someone had taken her phone from her. Now then, let the quest to rescue Nanami begin. That had been in Shogun's email. I looked at the clock. It was already past 7:30 p.m. Nanami might be in danger. I had no choice but to open it. My heart refused to stop pounding. Large drops of sweat began trickling down my forehead. With a moan, I wiped away the sweat with the back of my hand, and then I slowly tore off the shoddily applied duct tape. What's in the box? Mumbling like a prayer, I opened the box. Inside was a lump of aluminum foil, packed carefully with cushioning material. I peeked fearfully inside the box, but the phone was nowhere to be seen. The phone was coming from inside the foil. Sweat got in my eyes and it stung. Before I knew it, my entire body had gotten soaked in sweat. No, I can't do this anymore. Why me? Why does it have to be me? I nearly said those tearful complaints aloud. I pleaded with Seiratan for comfort, but she didn't say anything. A myriad of delusions whirled within my head, so much that it felt like I was on the verge of exploding. I couldn't even focus hard enough to have a delusional conversation with Seira-tan. My mind was racing so fast I couldn't even think straight. And yet, despite the near shutdown on my brain, the happy-go-lucky melody from the phone kept assaulting me relentlessly. Having made up my mind, I pinched the edges of the aluminum foil with my fingers. Closed my eyes, held my breath, and tore off the aluminum foil in one go. I could hear the song even more clearly than before. I was too afraid to open my eyes. I tried as hard as I could catch my breath, but to no avail. It was fine. Everything was fine. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was just a harmless prank from Nanami. Just wait. Any second now, Nanami was gonna burst into the room with a big smile on her face, yelling, "Surprise! Haha! I got you!" Yeah. Oh, sure of it. There was no reason to even consider anything else. Once she did that, I'd lay into her like never before. Then I'll never talk to her ever again. Go on, Nanami. Prove me right. I had to open my eyes. I couldn't keep staring at the darkness. Not looking at it was only making things worse. All it did was force me to imagine what horrors might be inside. I couldn't handle any more terrifying delusions. And so, I slowly opened my eyes and saw it. Ah! Fuck! 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 Well, I actually already know, but seeing it like this is so like, fuck! Lying in the foil was a hand. A cleanly severed, slender hand. Grasped in that hand was a phone identical to mine, and wrapped around its wrists was...
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。ひひ、お兄、どう？似合う？
Wait, no man. Holy shit! Holy shit! A yellow leather band that turned crimson. A bangle. My God. Ooh, shit. Holy shit.
ここからは少し専門的な話になりますが、
君は元医師だろ。患者に説明するように分かりやすく簡潔に話してもらえるとありがたい。
努力しましょう。さて、人間の脳の中にある何億という脳細胞、それらは細い神経の糸を出し合ってそれぞれに手をつないでいるような格好をしています。しかし実際には各神経の先端にある手と手の間にはごくわずかな隙間が空いているんですよ。脳細胞に情報の電気信号が送り出されると、その神経の手のひらから極小の物質ドーパミンがボールのように飛び出してきます。それは反対側の神経の手のひらにキャッチされ、再度情報の電気信号に変わってまた隣の脳細胞に伝わっていく。脳の構造は簡単に言うとその繰り返しです。 我が社が開発した第2世代ノア2はこの部分に干渉することで人に疑似的な映像を見せることを可能としました。
ホログラムのようなものか。
あるいは幻覚かな。
幻覚の方が近いでしょう。ですが明確に違う点として、その疑似的映像は確かな存在感があるものとして映る。人間の目、視覚というのは実に興味深いものです。視野は単眼の場合、鼻側60度、耳側100度程度。両眼の重複視野は120度で、周辺視野を含めれば180度から200度もの視界が広がっているんです。その一方で、以前ご説明したようなデッドスポットもまた存在する。脳にとって視覚とは最もつながりの深い部位です。脳はそのおよそ 80% を視神経情報の処理のためだけに使っている。
その点については300人委員会も注目しておる。
人間の視覚にはまだまだ謎が多い。世界中で研究テーマとして上がっているものだけでも1000以上に及ぶからね。
アメリカで数年前に発行された行政命令、機密の人体研究に対する保護の強化というのは委員会による圧力ですか？
圧力ではない。これは選定だよ。
300人委員会はどこの馬の骨とも知れん研究者がこの分野に足を踏み入れることを歓迎せん。当然ながらアメリカだけではなく世界各国にも同様の指示は出ている。
我が国は随分自由のようですね。私のような人間を放置しているぐらいですから。
勘違いしてはいかんな。何のために我々がいると思っている？
君はすでに選定済みなんだよ。だからこそ君には何よりも成果が求められている。
300人委員会をも出し抜けるような成果というわけですね。
うかつな口を聞くなと言っておる。
今はまだ我らの真の目的を誰にも悟られてはならない。たとえ委員会に対してもね。
これは失礼。
説明を続けたまえ。
ノア2が生み出した疑似的映像は視神経パルスに変換して電磁波として照射します。対象の皮膚や頭蓋骨を貫通して直接ドーパミン受容体、つまり先ほどの説明でいうところの手のひらにキャッチさせるのです。そしてデッドスポットへと最終的に落とし込まれる。特に G レートの高いエリアの人々は空中の映像パルス信号を敏感にキャッチします。混乱した脳はその疑似的映像を現実だと判断することになります。これが人間の視界の中に無から有を作り出すメカニズムです。ノア2を用いれば街中のどこを見ても先生の選挙ポスターだらけなどという芸当も容易というわけです。ただしあくまで人々のバイオリズムが高い状態であることが条件です。
幻覚によって意志を誘導するか。沈黙の兵器とシステムは同じと条件さえ満たせば対象の見ている世界を自在に書き換えることができる。
それはギガロマニアックスと同等の力ということか？
その通りです。ノア2は機械仕掛けのギガロマニアックスと言ってもいいでしょう。理論値通りに稼働を始めればギガロマニアックスたちと同等、いや近い将来それ以上の能力を再現できるようになります。
だが効果の有効範囲はどうなっている？電磁波は垂れ流しなのかね？
それでは汎用性という点がおろそかになる。我々は無差別な洗脳を望んでおるわけではない。対象は選定できなければ無意味だ。
ご心配なく。そのために機能因子を用意してあります。モニターをご覧ください。
なんだ この小汚い連中は。
我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。言い換えればマインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。彼らが背負っているリュックの中にはノア2のパルス波を送受信するためのポートが入っています。ポートは信号を受け取るとリモートで周囲へと放出するわけです。
歩く端末というわけか。それならば有効範囲の制限などないに等しいな。
限定的使用も問題ないことになるね。
状況は理解した。貴様は引き続き計画を続行したまえ。
ただし300人委員会に悟られるような言動はくれぐれも慎むよ。
あとは何人犠牲を出そうと構わん。
ご理解いただきありがとうございます。それではポーターとして使える人材を提供していただきたいです。
手配しよう。
それと引き続き先生方にはメディアのコントロールをお願いいたします。すべては我ら3人の目指す理想のため。
タッキー、ねえタッキー、聞こえてるっしょ？
聞こえてるよセイラタン。
さ、もうこのゲーム終わりにしようよ。
ゲーム？
ナナミッチはタッキーの大事な妹だってのはわかるけど、きっともう手遅れだよ。
そんなことないよ。
だって腕を切り落とされちゃったらさ、普通出血多量で死んじゃうっしょ。ゲームだったら違うかもだけど。
なんでナナミが。
もうさ、ゲームオーバーなんだよ、きっと。早くゲームをやめないと、もっとたくさん人が死んじゃう。
でもセイラタンだって悪いやつと戦ってるじゃないか。
だって私はアニメだもん。
I forcefully shove Sayada Tan's figure inside the inner pocket of my uniform.
助けなきゃ。僕が。
I had brought Sayada Tan as a good luck charm. In a normal situation, I would never get caught dead carrying around a figure, because it could get damaged, obviously. Destroying your precious waifu was the most horrible thing an otaku could do. But right now, I couldn't bring myself to abide by my usual policies. I needed the emotional support above all else. On top of that, I might not live to see another day anyway. I took one last glance at Sayada Tan, her head sticking out of my pocket, and by doing so I managed to hold back the tears that were on the verge of flowing out. Suddenly, someone bumped into me from behind, making me stumble. I stand around to see some DQN staring at me with an annoyed look, and yet, much to my surprise, he didn't say anything. He simply vanished into the crowd. I looked around. I was at a scramble crossing. The crowd was so huge it was hard to believe it was 9 p.m. on the weekday. Not to mention, the very same day an earthquake had killed 100 people. I felt like I was suffocating waiting for the pedestrian signal. People were surrounding me from every direction. And for some reason I wasn't aware of, the media was flooding in of too. People with huge TV cameras were forcing themselves onto the road, halting traffic. The flashes coming from every couple seconds nearly blinded me. A group of people who were likely reporters were giving passionate speeches to their respective cameras. A few policemen were attempting to shoo away the mass media and pedestrians standing in the road, but gaining back control of the situation seemed pretty much impossible. It was like a paradise for people without cars. Were they holding some kind of event? Why this late? Why today? Considering a huge 100 people had died, that was definitely in bad taste. Didn't they have any kind of respect? And if there was an event, it was crazy that even the mass media was joining in on the insanity. Japan was over. Not that it mattered to me.
助けなきゃ。僕が助けなきゃ。
The place Shogun had told me to go was O-Front, a building that sat right in the front of the Scramble Crossing, the one with the Tsutaya and Starbucks located inside it. I'm saying the real names. I really didn't want to come alone, but I couldn't get in touch with Remy no matter how many times I tried. And the police were probably still mistaking me for the new gen culprit, so I couldn't go to them. But the time Shogun had set was getting closer and closer, and I was too worried about Nanami to stay home, so I had no choice but to go there while holding on to Seiratan. I carved a path through the sea of people and somehow managed to get inside the O-Front. Unfortunately for me, it was pretty crowded inside too, but I didn't even have the strength to be upset about it. The only thing on my mind were my prayers for Nanami's safety. I took the escalator to lead to the upper floors. Using one of the windows inside Starbucks, I was able to look down toward the Scramble Crossing. Not that I was looking at it from above, it was even more crowded than I thought. And they weren't just standing there either. Some were waving, some were jumping, some were doing both. Countless dark heads bobbed up and down. It was even more blinding now than when I was down there. It felt all the lights were pointed at me. With each new floor the escalator brought me to, my heartbeat got faster and faster. I took out my phone to check the time. There was 1 minute left before 9 p.m. Time he'd set. The thought of Shogun killing Nanami out of anger terrified me so much that I started sprinting up the steps of the escalator, pushing aside anyone in the way. I changed to an elevator to access the top floor. I didn't know how to get on the rooftop after all, but as I wandered around, I spotted an emergency staircase. No one stopped me as I shot through it, and I successfully made my way to the rooftop. A strong wind was blowing. Considering it was the end of October, it was weirdly lukewarm outside. It took a minute, but I soon realized it wasn't a natural breeze, but one blown by an outdoor AC unit. I buttoned the front button of my uniform so that Seiratan wouldn't fall out.
どういたしまして。
I felt a slight tense of relief when I heard Seiratan's voice in my head. Seiratan was with me, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I desperately tried to convince myself of that. Before that moment, I had yet to realize how dark it was. The only source of light was from the back of the lit O-Front sign. Ironically, the neon lights from the surrounding buildings was too bright for me to see anything. If someone was hiding in the shadows, I would have been incapable of seeing them.
遅かったね。
My heartbeat, which had started to finally calm down, skyrocketed once again after hearing those words break the silence. I looked all around me, but I was unable to figure out what direction the voice had come from. And then I heard a sound, a squeaking sound, that I heard several times before. This time I deliberately focused my gaze into the rampant darkness. There I spotted the glow, the backlit outline with this wheelchair's wheels. Shogun?
ようこそ、匠くん。
He was talking to me like he knew me, like we were friends. It felt so wrong. Goosebumps sprang up on my skin. I didn't want to talk to him. I was too scared. I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible.
じゃあ逃げちゃおうよ。このままじゃタッキー殺されちゃう。
But Nanami was.
君はすごく勇気のある人だ。ちゃんと一人で来てくれるとは。ありがとう。と言っておくよ。
Wait a minute. Something was off about him. He was different from before. Yeah, his voice. Something was off about his voice.
その声。
声なんて、ただの空気の振動でしかないよ。
どう聞こえるか、 その場の条件によって変わる。
そうだろ？
What was going on? His voice kept changing. Was he using some kind of voice changer? Did he want to hide who he was by disguising his voice? Why now? Then. Why hadn't he before? That aside though, I wasn't following what he was saying.
タッキーを混乱させようとしてるんさ。油断しちゃダメ。誰の言葉も信じちゃダメ。
You're right. You're completely right, Seira-tan. Seira-tan always spoke nothing but truth. I tightly squeezed Seira-tan's body through my clothes. It felt like my heart was about to burst from the fear. Even still, I desperately forced out my voice. I thought stuff like this only happened in TV and video games.
もう死んだの？
ダウト。だって手首ちょん切られちゃったんだよ。もし生きてるにしても、もうすぐ出血多量で死んじゃうのは変わんないよ。
Oh no, my Kishimoto man. Tears began to flow. Nanami's sulking face appeared in my mind. Honestly, she was a brat, a really annoying one. And yet, despite that, I was so sad. Sad enough for tears to flow.
ナナミは僕の妹なんだ。僕の大切な。なんで殺したんだ。ひどいよ。
死んだと思う。もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれない。バングルと携帯はナナミちゃんのものだとしても、手首そのものは別人のものかもしれない。
Nanami was alive?
信じちゃダメだってば。
君が見事クエストをクリアしたら、ナナミちゃんは返すよ。生きているナナミちゃんをね。
Quest. Shogun had used that word again. Did he want to think of this as a like a game? But the real me wasn't a hero. He wasn't anything like one.
でももしクリアできなかった場合、ナナミちゃんは帰ってこない。
Suddenly, Shogun's voice became cold as ice. Getting scared of some old guy like this was pathetic, but this man wasn't normal. This man was the new gen culprit.
だから僕を失望させないようやり遂げてほしい。君ならできるよ。
なんで僕なの？僕じゃなくても、僕なんかじゃなくてもいいじゃないか。
君でなくちゃダメなんだ。
だからなんで？
君は選ばれた人間だから。
I was the chosen one?
勘違いしちゃダメだよ、タッキー。あいつの言う選ばれたってのは、次の犠牲者として選ばれたって意味なんだから。
Tragic end of all the new gen victims flashed through my mind, sending shivers down my spine.
君は今日の昼間のことをもちろん覚えているよね。
昼間？
学校で君は岸本綾瀬を助けた。
Shogun had also mentioned Ayase's suicide attempt in the email. He must have been observing the whole debacle from somewhere. Or maybe he'd been mind controlling Ayase. Maybe he was the reason she tried to kill herself.
あの花壇のおかげで岸本綾瀬は一命を取り留めた。そうでしょ？
Shogun knew about my power. Back at school, no one had even questioned the existence of the flower bed. The only one that had was Senna. Then she'd gone on to accuse me.
お前が妄想したんだろ。
タッキー、 将軍の言うことは全力で否定して。
Right. Maybe the entire reason why Shogun was following me around, why he was trying to kill me, was because I had powers. If I claimed that I didn't have any powers, maybe he'll let me off the hook.
僕にはそんな力ない。
力って何のこと？僕はそんな言葉は一言も使っていないが。
タッキーには力なんてないよ。ただの肝オタなんだよ。タッキーにヒーローの素質なんてないんさ。私にハーハーしてるだけの無害な引きこもり予備軍。そうっしょ？
Yeah. The idea that I had actual real-life powers was nothing more than a chuny bullshit that I dreamt up. I'd almost been convinced by what Senna and Ayase told me. But those two were raging mental cases. They weren't right in the head. And I wouldn't be much better if I actually just believed them without a second thought. Even Rumi had said it was delusional.
詳しく説明してくれない？あの花壇のこととか。
僕がやったっていう証拠はあるの？花壇を何もないところから出現させるなんて、そんなの僕には無理。
花壇が何もないところから出現したんだ。他の人は誰もが最初からそこに花壇があったって話していたけど、君だけは花壇は最初はそこになかったってそう認識しているわけだ。
No. I dug my grave even deeper. What kind of monster was this guy? When he mentioned that he talked to everyone, did that mean he'd physically gone to my school and talked to the people there?
僕は力なんてない。自分でも一体どうやったのか。
でも使えた。君が妄想したことが現実になった。
惑わされないで。タッキー、本当に力なんてあると思う？そんなのアニメの世界じゃん。タッキーがいるのは現実なんだよ。花壇のこともアヤセッチが2人に分裂したこともそれらが現実だったって証明できる？無理っしょ？分裂したアヤセッチの体に触った？
No.
ただの幻かも。そもそもタッキーはあの時警察とかユアッチに追われて動転してたし。
Then, what about the flower bed?
同じだよ。花壇は最初からそこにあった。タッキーはリミッチを探してあそこへ行った時、頭が痛くてフラフラしてた。アヤセッチが落ちるまでにはっきりとそこに花壇があることを確認した？みんな誰一人として花壇が出現したことを疑問に思ってないってことはさ、逆に言えば最初からそこにあったから疑問に思わないってことっしょ？タッキーが間違えてただけなんだよ。将軍の言葉に惑わされちゃダメ。
花壇は最初からそこにあった。
I repeated what Seira-san had said.
最初はそこにはなかったって思い込んでたけど、記憶違いだった。僕の脳内での妄想だよ。だってみんなあそこには花壇があったって言ってるんでしょ。力とかそういうわけのわからないものじゃなくて、ただの思い込みだったんだ。
いや、君には力がある。そうだろ？
死にたくない。
そうだろ？
わからない。殺さないで。
君は自分の天才的な力についてもっと自覚するべきだよ。その潜在能力はすごすぎる。君なら世界を変えることだってできるんだ。
I wanted to go home. I wanted to hole up inside my base and play ESO forever. Glued to a chair for eternity like a disabled person. I wanted to spend my days grinning over Seira-tan's figure and marathoning Blood Tune on loop. That was all I wished for.
タッキー、早く逃げて。私がずっと一緒にいてあげる。私だけがタッキーの味方なの。だから帰ろう。三次元とのつながりなんて断ち切って楽しいことだけして生きよう。
さて、前置きはこれぐらいにしてそろそろクエストを始めよう。まずは下のスクランブル交差点がよく見えるところまで行ってほしい。
逃げなきゃ。このままじゃ本当に殺されちゃうよ。
聞こえなかった？スクランブル交差点を見下ろせるところへ移動するんだ。
His tone was soft, yet his voice was undeniably cold. His voice was so sharp, any will I had left to defy him was slap away.
何を
My legs were shaking, and they refused to move. I wrapped my arms around myself. I had even lost the ability to discern whether I should listen to his order or not.
僕の言うことが聞けない？従ってもらわないと、ナナミちゃんの命は保証できない。
どうせもう死んじゃってるよ。タッキーが今から頑張ったってただの無駄死にだよ。
ナナミの声聞かせて。
I managed to squeeze that out. My voice small as it could be. However, Shogun rejected my request in an instant.
その必要はないよ。君はもう少し今の状況を考えた方がいい。
I didn't want to think about Nanami's death. I didn't want to imagine her dying. I was too afraid that if I imagined it, it would become real. And then I relented and started walking to the spot where I could look down at the scrambled crossing like Shogun had ordered me to. I could barely see where I was going. If I wasn't careful, I could easily trip and fall. On the side of the rooftop facing scrambled crossing, a transparent acrylic plate protruded out up like a wall. It was about 3 stories high. As I approached the wall, I could hear the tumult of the crossing below. A single woman's voice caught my ear. It seemed like it was coming from the Jumbotron mounted on a neighboring building.
アクリル板の壁に一箇所だけ壊れて穴が開いている部分があるだろう。
I wiped away a cold sweat on my forehead. Then, moving only my eyes, I looked toward the wall. Just as Shogun had said, there was a hole where a single person could pass through. It had an unnatural shape to it, like it's been smashed open. It clearly been destroyed by human hands. Of course, there was nothing beyond that hole, only a sheer 8-story drop leading straight down to the concrete below.
そこから顔を出して下にいるギャラリーに挨拶してあげて。
What had he just said?
もう一度言おうか。その穴から身を乗り出して下にいる人たちに手を振ってあげてほしい。
He couldn't mean.
ほら、あいつタッキーを殺す気なんだって。
I go. Was this how he got in the 5 people to jump off? It really was exactly as Seiratan had said. There was no way out of it. I was going to die. He was going to make me jump down from here and die.
そんなの嫌だ。
拒否すればナナミちゃんは死ぬよ。
従えばタッキーは死んじゃうよ。
What the hell was I supposed to do? I tried to figure out what the best course of action was, but the only thing circling my mind was the most negative delusions possible. I was unable to think straight. Someone, save me.
お兄のバーカ。
I could hear Nanami's voice echoing within my panic-stricken ears.
バーカ。
Memories of Nanami smiling happily resurfaced in my mind. She looked so carefree. It was all my fault. Nanami had nothing to do with any of this. But because of me, she got kidnapped by Shogun, and then he cut off her hand. I'm sorry, Nanami. I'm so sorry. I wipe away my tears, but that didn't stop them. I wiped once again. Then, with my vision still blurry, I slowly approached the smashed hole. And then, more afraid than I'd ever been before, I looked down. Suddenly, a huge cheer, akin to the rumbling of the very earth itself, came from the people below. A large crowd was gathered in front of the station. The media was there too. They were all there for an event that was about to unfold. Suddenly, a blinding light hit me. I squinted reflexively and looked away. Then, when my eyes landed upon the Jumbotron on the closest building, all I saw was unmistakably me. Huh? Me? On the Jumbotron was my own face. My own face covered in tears and with my mouth hanging half open like an idiot. My back was hunched too. For a split second, I thought I was hallucinating. A chill ran through me as I thought that someone was secretly recording me somewhere. I then considered if what was being projected there was actually images taken from my thoughts by Shogun. But after exhausting every last possible option, I realized that I had to be live. It had to be a live feed of me, right at this very moment, at this very place. The video playing on the Jumbotron even had a news tickler featuring sensational taglines. Live from Shibuya Station Plaza, the amazing Esper Boy finally makes his debut. The tickler commenting the situation was situated along the bottom of the screen. The amazing Esper Boy, endorsed by the psychic of the century Yuri Brightman, appears. Don't miss this one. Will he divine the new gen perpetrator's true identity? After reading it, I finally understood. I finally understood what the media and the spectators on the scramble crossing below were looking at. It was me. Don't look at me. Alright, positive delusion, let's go. What were they fixated? Why were they fixated on me? Esper Boy? What the hell was this all about? Did any of them have any idea what happened today? We'd gotten hit by a damn earthquake, a seismic intensity 5.1. Over 100 fucking people had died. So why? Why were each and every one of them? Why were they waiting there just to see an otaku freak like me make an ass of himself? Shogun. It was most likely him who brought them to here. They were all under his mind control. All of them were expecting me to jump off from here and die. An overwhelming surge of negative emotion struck me. Tell me, was there anyone on my side? Suddenly, among the clamor, I heard a voice calling my name. A voice all too familiar, a voice I knew, a voice that belonged to the one and only person on my side. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't an auditory hallucination either. It was Remy. Remy was calling me from somewhere. Where? Where was she? I searched desperately for her. But there was too many people. It was impossible to identify a single person among all of them, especially from this height. Struck by despair, I hung my head in regret. Inevitably, as a consequence of this, I ended up looking directly below me. And there I saw a figure of a girl looking up at me, waving both hands.
Remy!
There she was. She had come to save me. Happy as could be, and realizing I'd been saved, I nodded over and over again. My vision was blurred by tears of joy. I quickly wiped them away. I didn't want to lose sight of Remy for even a single second. However, I looked again toward the spot Remy was waving from and saw that something was wrong. For some reason, the crowd around Remy started surrounding her. With Remy in its center, a clear circle of dark heads began to form. They moved in closer and closer to her. Eventually, who knows how many DQNs reached toward Remy and began to jostle her. Hating what had been done to her, she tried to break free from the man-made enclosure, but due to the sheer number of people surrounding her, she couldn't even take one step. It was as if she was standing right in the middle of a moving train, a claustrophobic nightmare packed to the brim with people heading to work. I could faintly hear the sound of her screams. The number of people surrounding Remy was gradually increasing, as was the intensity of their behavior. As they pushed her around, they pulled her at her clothes and eventually her jacket was stripped away.
やめろよ。そんなエロゲみたいなこと。やめて。リミ逃げて。そこから逃げろ。それで早く僕を助けに来て。
Her prayers were left unanswered. The crowd rushing toward Remy was still getting bigger and bigger, and her loathsome resistance was not enough to hold them back. Countless men tore off her clothes, pulled her hair, dragged her out onto the road. She disappeared into the sea of people. I lost sight of her. Like hyenas devouring a dead animal's flesh, more and more DQNs rushed in for a taste, their bodies staring around where Remy had just disappeared. Oh god, they were gonna rape her. They were gonna rape Remy. The DQNs who have been brought here, who were being mind controlled by Shogun, were going to ruin her, defile her with their filthy hands. And after they were done raping her, she would meet a cruel, merciless end at their hands. Tears started to flow. I bit my lip hard. I wasn't crying simply out of sorrow and anger over what was happening to Remy. I was crying because of the sheer terror I felt once I realized every single person there was my enemy. There was nowhere to run anymore. I was trapped. I was scared, this close to pissing myself. I had never felt so close to death before. I felt like my consciousness was drifting away, and now I was like a child throwing a tantrum. I started to cry. I hoped that by doing so, Shogun would let me go. I hoped that by doing so, the crowd below would maybe feel sympathy for me and come save me. I hoped that by doing so, the police would realize I wasn't the culprit, just an innocent otaku freak, and then they would come save me. I hoped that by doing so, my parents who would be watching TV at home would come and take my place. I hoped that by doing so, Remy would come rushing in to save me. I hoped that by doing so, I would suddenly wake up and realize it was all a dream. With this myriad of hopes in my mind, I shook my head desperately, and then I cried out my sole wish. I don't want to die. And yet... Shogun's tone hadn't changed at all from before. When he said that, I froze, unable to take a step back nor look behind me. Even if that was true, Shogun's voice was very calm, which somehow only made him all the more intimidating. I couldn't even find it in me to say anything back. Huh? Was I wrong? then, did that mean I didn't have to die?
君にはそこから一歩も動かずにディソードを見つけてもらう。
Why my D sword? How? I've been searching for it as hard as I could for the long time, but I never even gotten close. It was completely absurd to think I could suddenly find it here just because he ordered me to.
ディソードはいわば妄想の剣。それだけ言えばわかるだろう。
No.
騙されちゃダメだよタッキー。ディソードなんて実在しないって。妄想が実際にあるわけないっしょ。
見つかるわけないよ。
君はこれまでに剣を持った人間と何度か接触した。そうだね。その人物から聞いているはず。ディソードをどうやって手に入れたのかよく思い出して。
この剣は命運を握る。この剣は嘆きを収束させた。この剣は超越した場所に干渉するための異空間のような同一次元上にあるもう一つの可能性、あるいは妄想。言い方にあまり意味はない。唯一確かにこの剣はその領域に存在している。いつの間にかそこにあった。気づかなかった最初は。でもちょっとだけ見方を変えた。もしかしたら匠にはもう見えているのか。見ている。
世界を疑い仕組みを知る。お前の見ている景色本物か。妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまりエラーを現実として認識させる。
そうだね。すでに多くのヒントが提示されているよね。君にはもう見えているはず。君の眼下に広がっているその景色の中に。
So, what he was saying was, Sugar was hiding a D-sword somewhere in the scenery I was looking at, and I just had to find it.
見つけたら許してくれるの？
見つけるだけじゃクエストクリアにはならない。実際に剣を手に入れるのにその場から一歩も動いちゃならないっていうルールを破らないようにしてね。
There was no way I could do that. If I couldn't move from here, how was I supposed to grasp the fucking sword? What the hell did he even want me to do?
だからあいつは無理難題を突きつけておいて結局タッキーを殺したいだけなんだって。
それができないならナナミちゃんの命を
逃げよタッキー。お家に帰ろう。
But what he just said, that if I move one step from here, Nanami will die.
どうせ助からないってば。
But when he said that, I could save her.
あいつの言葉を信じるの？嘘ついてるかもしれないよ。
I strained my eyes. The bright lights from below made it hard to see much of the scenery at all. The farther away it was, the harder it was to see. I was trying as hard as I could to look around, but the scenery I could see from here wasn't all that vast. Most of it was hidden behind buildings. But I had to find my sword. What the hell was I supposed to do? I thought about what Ayase and Senna had said once more.
でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。
本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。
And when I thought about that, for some reason, I recalled the pattern of the ceiling in my parents' house. Back when I was a kid, I remembered having random thoughts about it before I'd gone to sleep. To me, the grain of the wood on the ceiling had looked somewhat like a face. And once I seen it that way, I could no longer see it as anything else.
はいはい、目の錯覚、目の錯覚。そんな木目どこにでもいっぱいあるよ。
He was right. This didn't really compare to wood patterns, did it?
切り取るんだ。
Shogun murmured, the stone as detached as ever.
剣が見えたならそこから切り取る。君にはそれができる。
はーい、意味不明。そいつは適当言ってるだけだよ。
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。
Just like that flower bed? Just like when Ayase had divided herself into two? But the last time I tried to materialize the real D sword, I tried using a delusion on the fake one, but it didn't work. I shook my head once more, then scanned the scenery visible to me from here. My D swordo. Yo, it's my D sword. I saw a sword. Yes. I distinctly saw a sword. Yes. If I move from here, I can take it. I can see the sword from other places than here. It's not actually a sword. I seen it. Within the night's landscape, blurred by my teary eyes, amid the scenery in which light was wrapped by my welling tears, I found a spot that looked just like a sword. Just like what Ayase had said. I hadn't noticed it at first, but when I ever so slightly altered my perspective, it was there before I knew it. Even if it were just a coincidence, I was more than happy with it. The more I thought of it as a sword, the more defined it became, and over time it was becoming more and more real. It was slowly turning into a definite part of the scenery. And eventually even its contours became clearly distinguishable. Likely having noticed my change in demeanor, Shogun immediately spoke to me.
手を伸ばしてその剣を切り取ってほしい。深く考えなくていいんだ。君にならできるよ。
できるわけないじゃん。ダメ、タッキー。そんなことしたら下に落ちちゃう。落ちたら死んじゃうよ。
I looked down. I saw the crowd filled with countless people. The ambulance slowly had yet to arrive. Just like back in the afternoon, the response time was far too slow. Not that it was surprising. That was just how damaging the earthquake this morning had truly been.
切り取るなんてできないよ。固定観念にとらわれたらダメだ。最初からできるわけがないと思っていたら何もできない。常識を捨て去ってあるがままを見ればいい。君には力がある。世界はその力に応えている。あの花壇みたいに。
Could I really do that? if I just reached out, would that sword become mine? If so, then I should at least give it a try. Ayase had said that my D-sword would bring me salvation. Maybe those words were referring to exactly what was happening now. I would grasp the sword, complete the quest, bring Nanami home safe and sound, and have Shogun leave me alone forever. And then, I would return to my peaceful life that I've been living up until now.
そんなに都合よくいくと思う？将軍があっさりタッキーを見逃すって？だって相手は10人も殺した連続殺人鬼なんだよ。
Even Shogun couldn't make me do the impossible. I could do it. He wouldn't tell me to do it if I wasn't capable of it.
あいつはタッキーを殺したいだけ。忘れたの？集団ダイブの映像。将軍は5人の男女を1回も触れることなく転落死させたんだよ。
I'm sorry, Sayori-tan, but I'm already reaching for my salvation. The crowd below started rumbling. My every move was being monitored by thousands of people packed in front of the station. And it wasn't just them. I was also being watched by tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people all over Japan watching live on TV. I started feeling nauseous. The extreme pressure imposed by such a large number of people made my heart feel like it could explode at any moment. No, just forget about them. If I stayed focused on them, I'll be too nervous to even lift a finger. I needed to focus only on the sword. Being as careful to maintain my footing as possible, I reached my hand out. I tried to aim directly at the sword, letting my intuition do the rest. I felt nothing. The wind rushing toward me relentlessly. On top of that, the direction it was coming from was inconsistent. In 1 second it was blowing at me in the front, the next it pushed me from the side. I clung to the acrylic plate in an attempt to support myself, but it was too slippery to bring me anything more than emotional support. If I let my guard down even so slightly, I'd get blown off. Even so, I was still trying desperately to grab the sword. But no matter how hard I tried, I didn't succeed. Tears welled up once more. My vision blurred, and what was once appeared to be an object similar to a sword began to lose its shape. I quickly wiped my tears away. I had a feeling that once I lost sight of it, it wouldn't appear ever again. Fuck you! You don't know how this feels. I bit my lip to hold back the tears, leaned forward more than I ever had before, and fished around in the open air with my hand. But I still couldn't grasp the sword. If it fell from here, I looked down once again. I was higher than I thought it was. I felt dizzy, so I pulled back and clung to the acrylic plate once more. I shouldn't have looked down. I couldn't stop shaking. I thought I was going to slip because of it. I was so unbelievably afraid. Oh God, I don't want to die. I had no choice but to try again. I leaped out through the hole, then extended my arm. I could still see the sword over there. I tried again and again, but of course nothing happened. It felt like I could reach it, but for some reason I just couldn't do it. I leaned out even further, stretched my hand out as far as I could, reaching out with my entire body to try to grasp the sword. I even straightened out my fingertips. And then I slowly closed my hand. But just like every time before it felt nothing. It was impossible, just like Sayori-tan had told me it was. There had never been a way for me to grab the translucent sword. Perspective had made it look like normal size, but when I actually thought about it, I realized how enormous it actually was. It wasn't a size a human could realistically carry.
でもじゃあ届かない。
ナナミちゃんを助けなくていいの？
助けてもう許して死にたくないんだよ。
昼間のことを思い出すんだ。君の力があればそこから落ちたとしてもまた花壇を出現させるだろう。君は落ちても死なない。
自信ある？
Right then, Seidatan's snarky whisper reached my ear. Am I sure I can do it? Do what?
タッキーがここから落ちて下の地面に激突するまでほんの3秒もないよ。その間に自分の意志でまた花壇を出現させる。タッキーがそんなすごいことできる？今まで一度も自分で意識してその力とかってのを使ったことないっしょ？
That was true. Even if I did have powers, I had no idea how to use them.
ねえ、逃げよう。タッキーはよくやったよ。でもこれ以上は無理。死にたくないっしょ？
Man, I have another delusion. But Nanami.
タッキーはよくやったよ。妹を亡くした悲劇の兄として今後もやっていけるって。
The tragic big brother?
PTSD って言えば何もかも許されるっしょ。正々堂々と引きこもれるんだよ。あ、もしかしたらさ、どっかの偽善者が同情してタッキーを養ってくれるかもしんないね。ブログに適当なこと書けば出版社に目をつけられてベストセラーになっちゃうかも。日本中が泣いたとか白々しいキャッチコピーがつけられて、それに載せられたバカでゆとりな人たちからの感動した、共感したっていう絶賛の嵐。それで印税もガッポガッポ。半年後に映画が決定っしょ。すごいよ。ナナミッチをここで見殺しにするだけでタッキーにはバラ色の人生が待ってるんさ。さあ、どっちを選ぶ？タッキーがここで頑張ってでも死んで全てが無になるか、バラ色の人生か。
死にたくない。痛いのは嫌だ。死ぬのは嫌だ。消えるのは嫌だ。ナナミがどうなろうと僕は痛くも痒くもない。
I muttered all of that to myself. That was my way of trying to make it sound convincing. The one I should trust, it wasn't Shogun, it was Seidatan.
剣に見えるだけで剣じゃない。ただの光の反射とか目の錯覚だ。
そうだよ。さあ帰ろう。帰ったらさ、私のパンツ見ながらいっぱいエッチなこと想像していいから。
僕帰る。帰ってセイラタンにヤハーハーするよ。
嬉しいな。タッキーのためにエッチなポーズたくさんしてあげるね。
I slowly withdrew my outstretched hand. That alone made me feel much more at ease. I took Seiratan out of my chest pocket, gazed at her smile. As long as I had her forgiveness, I didn't need anything else. I sniffled, sucking up the snot that had been dripping from my nose. Then I turned around and started walking toward Shogun.
誰が動いていいと許可した？クエストはまだクリアしていないぞ。
僕は勇者なんかじゃない。妹一人救えないようなヘタレな妹だよ。 僕に期待しないで、僕を見ないで、僕をそっとしておいて。
では七海ちゃんを殺すことにするよ。
どうせもう死んでる。
Was already dead. Nanami had been brutally murdered by Shogun. Everyone would report it starting tomorrow, treating it the sixth new gen incident. It saddened me, but there was nothing I could do about it. I heard the sound of dripping water. No. It wasn't water. It was blood. Nanami's blood. Dark red blood dripped from the wrist where her hand had been severed.
助けてくれなかったの？鬼って最低。
I screamed my guts out. The world turned crimson. My anger, my sadness, and my shame were ripping my head apart. My thoughts were a chaotic mess. Without any rhyme or reason, I charged towards Shogun. I made to grab him within his hiding place in the shadows. But I didn't get the physical response I expected. I collapsed along with a wheelchair. I must have hurt my elbow, as pain was shooting through it. Grimacing, I searched for the person who should have been sitting on the wheelchair. At my feet, I had tumbled across the ground. Terrified, I slowly reached out my hand, and what I felt was extremely hard. Rather than a freshly severed head, it was very clearly a helmet. A pitch black helmet.
Das Spider.
Psychopath, Chapter 7. Despite midnight quickly approaching, the ticket gates of the subway Hanzomon line was still filled with the brim with people. The earthquake had violently disrupted the public transportation schedule, and no one was even attempting to hide their frustration as they passed through the ticket gates. Employing a sidelong glance, Ban Yasuji inspected the monitor resting in the station attendant booth. The station staff had received a call yesterday during their morning operations. The caller had reported that the high school girl wielding a gigantic bladed sword weapon was going on a rampage in the area. The police had been dispatched in response to this, but upon arriving at the scene, they found no trace of the girl, nor the man who had supposedly been attacked. Ban, who had happened to overheard the story earlier today, was very interested in the appearance of the male victim. The fact that there had been several incidents also caught his attention. This was why Ban was making an appearance here at such an hour. According to his sources, the incident had captured in full one of the surveillance cameras. When Ban asked the station attendant to show him the video, they willingly agreed, but warned the detective that the video was a little creepy. Duly noting this, Ban elected to have them show him the video. The video was full of static. Maybe it's from the earthquake, Ban thought to himself. There had been various reports about earthquake causing citizens to lose hard disk data, leaving Ban to wonder whether it was related. It would be difficult to identify anyone in the recording as they were just barely visible. The recording featured a single man. He was standing by the wall in the far right corner of the screen. The wall was located slightly far from the ticket gates, meaning passengers would not travel past it very often as they were changing trains. Incidentally, a few other passengers had just crossed in front of the camera. The man's appearance was hard to make out due to the fierce static, but he was fairly short and thin, and he was carrying a large rucksack. What exactly he was doing, Ben could not say. After about an hour or so had passed in the video, a small change occurred. A few people commuting to work were walking in the direction of the man, and then they swiftly stopped. To Ben, it looked as if they were drawn to the man with the rucksack. What was truly strange, however, was that they did not even speak to him. They simply stood there in a gaze. The people who had stopped did not seem to be acquaintances of the man. They were of different ages, sexes, and statures. There was absolutely nothing they all shared. What in blazes is going on? Staring at the monitor, Ban tilted his head to the side, and as he did so, a lone girl entered the frame. She had long hair and she was wearing the uniform of Sume Academy. The girl headed straight for the man with the rucksack in a manner that could only be described as exuding nothing but pure, unadulterated confidence. Her movements were entirely unlike those who stopped before. Instead of halting, the girl pushed aside the people gathered there and seized the man by his collar. For a short period of time, the two of them argued about something. Rather than an argument, however, it was far closer to the girl simply screaming at the man without giving him room for air. Or at least that was how it appeared. A few of the people who had stopped seemed to return to their senses and promptly left the scene. Eventually, the girl thrust the man away from her. The girl took a step back from the man who had fallen on his rear, then assumed a strange pose. She lowered her hips and brought her fists next to her ears. The girl looked like as if she was holding something, but there was nothing in her hands. According to the report, the girl had been wielding a large blade, but where on earth could she be hiding such a thing? The answer to that soon became apparent. Suddenly, the camera shook. It was not static. The rustling hair and clothes of the passerbys made it clear. The surveillance camera itself was shaking. Man cocked at the screen. He had no idea where she had retrieved it from, but the next thing he knew, the girl was holding a gigantic sword in her hand, one that was longer than she was tall. Man asked for the tape to be rewound just so he could confirm what he'd seen. But no matter what angle he examined it from, the sword appeared to have been conjured out of thin air. The girl had not moved a single muscle. She had remained in a hunched position the entire time. This was undeniable. The people in the video went into a panic when faded with the sudden appearance of the sword, but the girl did not seem to care about the people around her. The man with the rucksack, however, was very clearly terrified. He tried desperately to scramble to his feet and run away, but the girl would not allow that. With incredibly agile movement, she pursued the fleeing man and swung her gigantic sword as if it was light as a feather. In a manner akin to a violent windstorm, the sword tore the man's rucksack to pieces. The impact was so strong the man immediately collapsed to the ground. Despite this, he appeared uninjured. In fact, when the police officers had arrived on the scene immediately after receiving the call, they had not found even a single trace of blood. Then, as if the girl had heard man's murmuring, something that should have been impossible considering it was a recording, she suddenly turned toward the camera. The screen ever so tightly distorted. The girl's figure disappeared in an instant. It was as if she was never there to begin with. The man's shredded rucksack had been left behind, and the remnants of it were proof that the girl had been there. It was hard to tell because of the static, but it was clear that the girl had disappeared from the screen in less than a second. Brown rewound the tape again. There was nothing that seemed unnatural about the time displayed in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. In other words, the footage had not been edited. But if that were true, how could Ban explain the girl and the sword? Ban, feeling as though he had seen a ghost, could do nothing more than remain completely and utterly puzzled. A world of complete and utter white. and I was lying right in the center of it all. It felt as if I was floating, but I didn't know whether or not I actually was. I couldn't figure out what direction I was facing, not up, nor down, nor left, nor right. The silence was deafening. It felt as if there were hundreds of insects buzzing around my head at once. If someone were to tell me that this wasn't the afterlife, I couldn't see myself contesting it. That was how monotonous, simplistic, tranquil, orderly, immaculate, empty, and peaceful the world was. Perhaps this was what the mind of Buddha was like upon reaching enlightenment. It was so incredibly different from my own mind. I wanted to stay here forever. The irritation that came with reality, the loneliness, the pain, the suffering, I didn't want to face any of it anymore. As my thoughts began to cascade, I heard a noise burst into the white world that had previously been silent. The sound of a door being opened, and the sound of someone's footsteps getting closer and closer.
お兄来たよいっしょいっしょお兄今日ねナナねいいもの持ってきたんだよはいこれプレゼント手編みの帽子なんだよすごいでしょすごいでしょもう冬だしねナナね帽子好きだから編んだの使ってねもうお兄無視しないでよあーご飯残してるじゃんせっかくのカレーなのにちゃんと食べないとダメなんだよねえねえ病院のご飯って美味しくないって本当でも食べないとダメ起きろお兄食べずに寝たら夜になってお腹空いちゃうんだから
Someone's hand made its way under my back and forcibly shook my body awake. That was when I first realized that my eyes had been closed. When I opened my eyes, a little girl was standing there. It was Nanami, my little sister Maymoto. But she was awfully little. It was Nanami from a long time ago. But how long ago? I wondered. She must have been at least in elementary school. I'm never gonna make it, guys. Anyway, just kidding. The young Nanami scooped up some curry with a plastic spoon, then offered it to me. And I slapped the hand holding the spoon. Even after all this time, I still didn't know what had been going through my head. But in that moment, I knocked away the tray of curry and rice with my hand and sent it crashing to the floor. Nanami crouched down to the floor and picked up the tray I had cast aside. She then retrieved a washcloth from the sink in the corner of the room and began cleaning up the mess I made. That's enough. I covered my face with my hands and slowly closed my eyes.
ごめんね。あなたを守ってあげられなくて。
I slowly opened my eyes and saw a white ceiling. It was so bright, it nearly blinded me. I blinked my eyes a few times. I tried to move my fingertips. I raised my hand in front of my face. The palm of my hand created a shadow. At last, I was free from the blinding glare. I had been dreaming about Nanami. Ever since I could remember, she had especially strong will. After the bus incident back in the elementary school, I stopped talking to anyone and everyone. But even so, that part of Nanami only became stronger and stronger. Unlike my parents, who were simply overprotective and nothing else, she'd taken care of me all while remaining strict and firm. But that dream. Had I ever been hospitalized before? Had I gone in for checkups? Sure, but, well, it was just a dream, so there was no reason to take it nor the contradiction seriously. I was lying on bed. It was a white bed with a pipe frame. The sheets were white. The pillows were white. The linoleum floor was white. The wallpaper was white. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling were white. The curtains covering the windows were white. The small shelf next to the bed was white. The ceramic water pitcher was white. The paper cups were white. I was starting to be fed up with all the white. Mustering up my resolve, I attempted to sit up. For a split second, I felt a numbing pain jolt through the area around my waist, but it went away just as suddenly as it appeared. The room was fairly large, at least twice the size of my base. But what really bothered me was how incredibly dreary it was. Maybe it was a hospital room. There was a pair of green slippers lined up right beneath the bed. I was relieved to find a color other than white. My body was moving just fine, and it didn't seem like I was dead either. I was thirsty. I wanted a cola, a nice gold carbonated cola. But there was no way I would be able to find something like that in this pure white room, so I was forced to pour water directly from the pitcher into my mouth. It was a bit lukewarm, but it was enough to satisfy my thirst. Upon finishing the water, I took a breath. The door then opened, and a nurse wearing white scrubs came into the room. That was enough for me to confirm that I was in the hospital after all. Upon seeing her, her eyes grew slightly wide. She must have thought I would still be asleep.
あら、西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
Facing me, she gave a gentle smile, the mark of a true nurse. But something told me I've seen this person before. Oh, I remember her now. She was a girl who had been in the hospital where I'd gone to see Dr. Takashino a while back. What had she said her name was? I couldn't remember, so I stole a glance at the name tag at her chest. Hazuki was written on it. Right. Hazuki-san.
お体の調子はどうですか?
Hazuki-san held out the thermometer to me so naturally I couldn't help but take it.
体温を測ってくださいね。
With how nicely she asked me, I had no choice but to comply. My head was overrun with question marks, but I put the thermometer inside my armpit nonetheless. Immediately after I did so, a memory burst into life inside my head. I remembered what had happened. Back then, I had given up on saving Nanami and grabbed onto Shogun's wheelchair, but there had been no response. It collapsed in a heap. When I looked again, all I'd been holding was the Dark Spider's helmet. Count Dark Spider was the very embodiment in Spark Wars. His black-clad appearance was famous even in Japan. But I would never have thought that Shogun would cosplay as him, so my anger was overridden by raw confusion. After that, I had stood up and looked at the wheelchair, but there had been no one in it. Only a black hood draped over a black on it. There was another part of Dark Spider's costume. I then examined my surroundings one more time, but there had been no one there. It had been the only one in that pitch black rooftop. Suddenly the press came flooding in all at once. They had surrounded me with lights, cameras, and microphones. I had no room to breathe. There had been more than 10 of them in total. I had been so overwhelmed by it all, and terror simply grew and grew. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't move a muscle. I'd been a total mess.
西条君、帽子はどうなっちゃったのかな?
結局ニュージェネの犯人は誰なのかわからないということですか?
そのダーススパイダーのヘルメットは何かそういうのと関係あるのかな? 西条さん、答えてくれませんか? これで終わりなんて言うなら電波ジャックですよ。
結局何がしたかったんです? ニュージェネに便乗した場合の行為ですか? 不謹慎だと思わないんですか?
ユーリ・ブライトマンさんとは最近話したかな? どんなこと話した? 地震とニュージェネについて何か関係あると思いますか?
その手に持っている美少女フィギュアは何らかの儀式的なアイテムと考えていいんですか?
このような行動を取ったことにはアニメやゲームの影響はあったのかな? 西条さん、西条君。
The lighting pointed at me had been incredibly hot. It felt as if my skin was being singed by the sun during the hottest part of the summer. The flood of people from the media made me feel lightheaded. The field of vision had been spinning around in circles. I've been cornered. I've been panicking. I've been unable to breathe. I grasped my hat. I can't see anything. I don't want to see anything. I can't hear anything. I don't want to hear anything. I can't feel anything. I don't want to feel anything. At the very same moment, I screamed like the computer that had short-circuited. My consciousness had been severed. That was exactly what happened. I lost consciousness. And then, how had I ended up here at this hospital? I couldn't remember. At the very least, I didn't think I'd come on my own, so maybe I'd been brought to the hospital by an ambulance. Hazuki-san was writing something on the clipboard she was holding. She must have had a slip of paper clipped onto it. Was she writing about my condition? I checked what time it was via the simplistic watch wrap around her wrist. It was a little after 6 a.m. I slept for a really long time. Alright, let's go positive delusion. Might be fun. Regardless, why had I been brought here? If Hazuki-san was here, then that meant this was my normal hospital. It wasn't like me being brought to a general hospital was particularly weird, but something still didn't feel right. Why was Hazuki-san coming to check on me? That question really bothered me. I mean, Hazuki-san was a psychiatric nurse. If Hazuki-san was coming to check on me, didn't that mean that the room I was in was also used by the psychiatric patients? Hazuki-san's eyes widened, and she moved in to study my face closely.
まさか西条さんが目覚めるなんて。
She made it sound as if she hadn't expected me to wake up. Was she disappointed? Was she trying to say that the world would be better off if a piece of garbage like me stayed asleep for the rest of my life? When she said that to me, I really did start to wish I had never woken up. But then Hazuki-san gave me an explanation that was far different than what I imagined.
あなたはこの1ヶ月近くずっと昏睡状態だったんですよ。原因不明のまま眠り続けていたんです。
What the hell? A month? When had I...
今日って。
落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。今日は10月28日です。
October 28th. That checked out, at least with what I remembered, which meant that it's been a whole month since I witnessed the crucifixion. I was at a loss for words.
あ、そうだ。先生に伝えないといけませんよね。こんなにのんびり検温してる場合じゃなかったわ。ここで待っていてくださいね。すぐに先生を呼んできますから。
After she finished rambling at me, Hazuki-san bolted out of the hospital room in a panic.
僕が1ヶ月昏睡状態だった。
I stared down at my palms, mumbling that to myself in a daze. That meant that everything that happened in the past month had all been a dream. I couldn't believe I got slammed with it was all a dream plot twist. But strangely enough, it didn't bother me. In fact, what she told me, it was all a dream, it made everything surprisingly easy to understand. There was no such thing as these swords or turning delusion into reality or whatever else. All of it fell apart the second I actually thought about it. It had been all had been an illusion. A simple delusion that I created. I was pretty sad that meeting Rumi had just been a dream too, but I wasn't being hunted by Shogun. I wasn't Japan's favorite punchline, and Nanami hadn't been kidnapped either. Oh, thank God. My vision blurred, but when I looked upward to hold back the tears. Hazuki-san entered the room, and her wise eyes widened upon seeing me.
あら、西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
A gentle smile accompanied her as she said that. The confusion rushing back, I
お
froze.
体の調子はどうですか？
Hazuki-san held out a thermometer to me so naturally I couldn't help but take it.
体温を測ってくださいね。
As I took the thermometer from her, I gulped. It's the same. The exact same thing from before. Was repeating. It was as if Hazuki-san had just walked into the hospital room for the first time. I nervously reached for the thermometer in my underarm. I was sure I put the thermometer in there just a minute ago, and yet there was nothing there. The thermometer had disappeared. Had it been just a delusion? When did the delusions end and the reality start? Was me being hunted down by Shogun and becoming Japan's favorite punchline reality? My mood instantly took a turn for the worse.
昨日ご家族がお見えになっていたんですけど、西条さんの意識が戻らないので、日付が変わる頃にお帰りになりました。今日は診察時間が始まる頃にお母様が来るそうですよ。
I nodded in response, not having the energy to say anything back. Mom, I'm so sorry for being such a disgrace. I'm an embarrassment to Japan. No, to the entire world. The entire thing had been televised, meaning it had already spread to the entire country. I was sure my shameful behavior had been uploaded to YouTube as well. I had no idea why that had been made into the amazing Esper boy. It didn't make any sense to broadcast my every move, and on the day of the huge earthquake no less, when I was nothing but a boring otaku freak. It wasn't normal. Because of that, I couldn't help but think that everyone from back then was being mind controlled by Shogun. But regardless of whether or not that was true, I still publicly humiliated myself. It wasn't something I'd escape after enduring a quick shitstorm online that would be forgotten about in a week. Was this it for me? Would I no longer be able to live in peace? Suddenly, Nanami's face appeared in the back of my mind. I bit down on my lip and hugged my knees. Even if that was no longer attainable, as long as I could save Nanami, none of it would matter. Even if the people from all over the world snickered at me and called me pathetic loser for the rest of my life, it would make no difference to me. But I couldn't save her. I couldn't even do that much. Tears began to fall from my eyes.
どうしました？どこか痛みます？
Shaking my head over and over, I kept on crying. Nanami was dead. Nanami was dead. And she was never coming back. It was all my fault. All my fault, all my fault, all my fault. Because of how worthless I was. Because of how much of a fucking loser I was. Nanami was dead. Back on the rooftop, I've given up so easily on obtaining the D sword. I had Sayori-tan's seductive voice in my ear, but that was just my pathetic self pretending to be someone else. I was the one who made that decision. I made myself look like a pitiful victim. I chose to sacrifice Nanami so that I would survive. I hated myself. How fucking pathetic I was. If only I tried just a little bit harder. I told myself that I'd given up on my own volition, but now it was all over. I regretted every single thing I'd done on that rooftop. I was absolutely disgusted with myself. She was gone. Nothing could save her now. And yet, even still, I couldn't help but think that I could just go back to the rooftop, and I just tried a little bit harder. But I knew that even if I actually could go back, I just gave up on all over again, finding some other excuse to get me out of it. That was just who I was. A completely useless, irredeemable piece of shit.
Nanami. ごめん。Nanami.
Hazuki-san rubbed my back in an attempt to comfort me. I was a useless sack of shit to the very end. I was even causing problems for the nurse that had nothing to do with me. The tears refused to stop.
何か後悔していることがあるんですね。でもきっと妹さんも許してくれますよ。
Huh? How did she know that Nanami was my sister? Even that aside, the formulated consolation she was giving was the last thing I needed right now. I'm sure Hazuki-san, but no one else can understand how... I'm sorry, Hazuki-san, but no one else can understand how I feel. I hated myself. I was pathetic. Did nothing but take advantage of everyone else, and only ever thought about myself. The world would be better off without me. Maybe I should just end it all.
昨日もしきりに西条さんのことを心配していましたよ。とても可愛らしい妹さんですね。
What was she talking about?
ナナミは妹は死にました。
She had been kidnapped by Shogun. Her hand been cut off. Then she'd been imprisoned somewhere. And in the end, she died all alone and afraid. When I imagined it, it felt like my heart was being torn into dozens of pieces.
そうなんですか。ごめんなさい。勘違いしてしまって。
All my life, I thought that Nanami was annoying. Although, we had been siblings for 16 years. Even though she called me the jerk more times than I could count, she was always worried about me. The reason why she always nagged me so much was because she'd been trying to help me break free from a toxic lifestyle. Whenever she brought me food from our parents' house, she didn't just give it to me and leave it. She'd always try to share it with me. Normally, if a girl her age had an otaku freak for a brother, they'd never associate with him. And while the things she said didn't make her the easiest person to be around, she would still talk to me, and she would listen too. Whenever I'd been at school, she never avoided me. No, she would actually approach me. No matter what, Nanami had always treated me, a vile otaku freak virgin, like her brother, like a human being. Her mere existence had helped me more than I ever knew. But realizing that did me no good now, it was too late.
だとしたら、鬼ってどういう意味なのかしら。
Huh? I looked up, unable to properly comprehend what I just heard. As my eyes were blurry with tears, I couldn't see Hazuki's face properly. What had she just said?
眠ってる西条さんを、お兄、お兄と何度も呼んでいたから、その印象が強くて。
There was only one person who called me that.
それ、本当ですか?
Folding out of my bed, I pressed Hazuki-san for an answer.
はい。何がです？
ナナミが、妹がナナミがここに来てたんですか？
いえ、はっきりお名前を聞いたわけでは。
僕のこと鬼って呼んでたんですね。
ええ。
ナナミは今どこに？
ですから、昨日はお帰りになりましたけど。
Oops.
西条さんのお母様と一緒に。
怪我とかしてませんでしたか？
はい。いえ、特には。
元気だったんですね。ナナミは元気だったんですね。
はい。いえ、ナナミさんかどうかはわかりませんけど、昨日いらしていた女の子は元気そうでしたよ。
Nanami was alive. From everything Hazuki-san had said, it had to be true. I sat down on the bed otherly days. But how? Shogun had said he wouldn't give Nanami back until I completed his quest. Had he just released her out of pity? Or had Nanami escaped on her own? But then, how would I explain the hand that had been sent to me? According to Hazuki-san, Nanami hadn't even been injured.
もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれないよ。
What he said? It hadn't been a lie. He played me. I've been dancing right to his tune. Shogun had deceived me. No, That didn't matter right now.
そっか。
I see. So, that was it. It was all coming together. Nanami had never been kidnapped at all. Back when I'd been at O Front, trying desperately to grab the D sword, Nanami must have been relaxing back at home, reading manga or going out to karaoke with her friends so she could show off her shitty singing voice, or doing whatever else she liked to do. I was crying, but I couldn't help but laugh.
西条さん？
将軍にまんまと騙された。なんという壮大な釣りだよ。
He was alive. Nanami was alive. I could see that bratty ass face of hers again. I could hear that obnoxious shrill voice of hers again. The mere thought was enough to bring me a deep sense of relief, an intense joy that rose from the bottom of my heart. I couldn't stop crying, but the tears weren't the tears of regret I had been crying earlier. I was in an utterly useless pile of shit, but I couldn't help it. The day before, I'd given up without being able to do anything. But even so, as long as Nanami was alive, I didn't wish for anything else. The whole world could mock me until the end of time for all I cared. I was overjoyed. Thank God. She was safe. Yet another meeting had been called in the main conference room of Shibuya Police Department, joining one of the multiple others that had been held today. The exhausted, fed-up detectives all wondered how many hours worth of unproductive meetings they would be forced to sit through. Matsunaga was about to start hearing the reports from each investigator when suddenly Ban hesitantly stood up and raised his hand.
ちょっといいですかね。
なんだね。
Inquisitive eyes and expression landed on Ban, not just from Matsunaga, but from Suwa and the detective sitting next to him as well. Ban smiled his usual flippant smile, quickly bowed his head, then looked around the room.
先日インターネット上に投稿されたいわゆる集団ダイブの映像についてなんですが、実はちょっとした発見をしまして。
え？
The surprise on Suwa's face was evident. In all likelihood, he was surprised. After all, Ban had examined the video without saying a word to him. It was not because he wanted to keep it a secret from him. However, no.
バン警部補、君は確か貼り付けの捜査担当だったはずだが、なぜ集団ダイブについて調べている？
This was the reason. Ban had disregarded the orders he had been given by his boss, the head of the investigation team. If Ban had involved Suwa, a promising new detective, his partner would have inevitably been harshly rebuked by their boss. Ban wanted to avoid this.
まあ、とりあえず見てくださいって。
With a chuckle, Ban took out 2 enlarged photos from the file he held in his hand and attached them to the blackboard with magnets.
これはどっちも集団ダイブの現場となったコーネリアスタワー屋上の写真です。右の写真は例のミュウツベ投稿映像から抜き出したもの。左のは昨日の夜
私がタワー屋上に行って取ってきたものになります。何か違いに気づきませんか？
あ、
The entire conference hall room began to stare.
背景がね、違うんです。投稿映像のカメラは北東へ向かってる。5人が転落したのが北東だったから間違いない。で、映像では3分29秒から約15秒間、カメラが左右へ大きく触れるんですが、その時に東に向いた時の映像がこの右側の写真なわけです。コーネリアスタワーの東、つまり六本木方面ですね。東京タワーが夜景の中にしっかり映ってる。高いから目立ちますね。でもね、もう一つよく目立つものが映ってないんですよ。
Ban's eyes narrowed as he combed his beard with his fingers. Then a weary smile appeared on his lips.
六本木ビルズですよ。
It was true. The lights of Roppongi Hills could not be seen in the photo he had taken from the uploaded video. But in the photo Ban had taken the day prior, the lights of Roppongi Hills' many windows were very clearly visible along with Tokyo Tower.
で、たまたま見つけたんですが、コーネリアスタワーのホテルロビーにタワー完成当時のパネルが展示してありましてね。そのパネルの一つがこれ。
Ban retrieved a new photo from the file and pinned it next to the previous two. It was a picture of the Roppongi area taken from the rooftop of the tower, but it was not a picture taken at night. It was one taken at day.
六本木ビルズが映ってますよね。建設中ですが。
The commotion in the conference room grew even louder. Matsunaga, while remained silent as he stared at the photo with stern
コ
expression.
ーネリアスタワーの完成は2001年。六本木ビルズの完成は2003年。タワー完成当時の写真では当然ながら六本木ビルズは建設中でまだ高さもほとんどない。だが集団ライブが起きたのは今年2008年で映ってなきゃおかしいですよね。六本木ビルズ。ちなみに投稿映像に細工された形跡はなかった。
つまり何が言いたいんだ。
Having seemingly lost patience with the detective, Matsunaga urged him onward discontently.
非常に言いにくいんですが。
まさか先輩、この映像が撮られたのは2003年以前、つまり5年以上前って言いたいんですか？
Dang it, Suwa. Ban's shoulders slumped dejectedly. The young detective's keen insight was brilliant. Suwa had said exactly what Ban intended to say. However, having said it aloud in a straightforward manner only made the claim appear all more dubious. Ban's careful planning on how to articulate his point had been all for nothing.
バカバカしい。小説の読みすぎではないがね。映像に映っている被害者5人の顔は一致しているんだ。あれが5年前のもののはずがない。そんなつまらないことを調べている暇があったら聞き込みの一つでもしたらどうだ、警部補。
ああ。
今のは聞かなかったことにする。それと後で話があるから会議が終わったら残りたまえ。
Oh, that made Suwa very suspicious there. After letting out a short sigh, Ban gave up and sat back down. Well, it's not like I expected them to believe me. Bitter and unwilling to accept defeat, Ban muttered inside his head before returning to listlessly fanning his face with his handheld fan. And yet, despite all the work he had done, if one were to ask what the absence of the Roppongi Bulls in the video signified, Ban would be unable to answer. After I found out that Nanami was alive. Wait, I want to be right back. Gotta, take a little break. I'll be right back. Alright, let's continue. After I found out that Nanami was alive, the doctor came to me and asked me a few simple questions. They wanted to make sure whether or not I was well enough to leave. I answered the questions to the best of my ability, then opted to leave the hospital before my mom came back. After the disgraceful behavior I showed in front of the entire country, how was I supposed to face my family now? And Nanami were to come back, I knew that I'd be so happy. I'd immediately burst into tears all over again. And then, since she wouldn't know why I was crying, Nanami would take it seriously and start yelling at me not to worry about her. Probably while calling me an idiot too. When I thought about that, I nearly fainted for the sheer embarrassment, and so instead of letting that happen, I decided to employ a strategic retreat. A nurse brought in the most disgusting breakfast of all time, and after chipping away at it slightly, I snuck out of the hospital room. I made my way down to the first floor, then into the lobby. The clinic hadn't opened yet, so the lobby was unusually packed with old people. Was completely deserted. I confidently walked toward the front entrance. Lucky for me, the automatic door opened, giving me a free rein to exit the building. The hospital staff might have gotten angry with me for leaving without asking them first, but I had to stay away from the hospital until everything calmed down. As for the medical fees, I let my mom a note telling her to go ahead and pay for it, so it should be fine. Despite the fact I stayed overnight at the hospital, I wasn't exhibiting any actual symptoms, and my mental state was doing much better after I learned Nanami was alive. Making sure to keep an eye out for any ambushes by Shogun or Yua, I quickly made my way back to my base. I made it back. My mental state had done a complete 180 since I last been in my base. Of course, I was feeling a lot better now. If only I could have let my past self know that. You let yourself get baited far too often, mate. I rate 88 level. There's no reason for you to get so riled up, dude. Nanami's fine. Fui 100 times. Or something along those lines. Thinking back on it, yesterday really had been living a hell. Everything had just gone to shit. I got in a weird phone call in the morning. Then there been an earthquake. Then the data on my hard drive that disappeared. Then I had to witness Ayase try to offer assault right in front of me. Then I got in an email from Shogun. Then he sent me a severed hand. A severed goddamn hand. My mood plummeted in an instant. With a gulp, I turned my attention to the fridge. That's where the hand is. Before I left yesterday, I decided in my maniacal state to put the hand in the fridge for the time being. If I left it out somewhere, it could have started rotting. The smell of blood was also way too strong for me. There was all sorts of sci-fi anime movies where as long as they remained frozen, people could stay in a state of suspended animation for hundreds of years. So that was pretty much what I was going for. I thought that if I could keep Nanami's arm fresh, she might have been able to get it surgically reconnected once she was back home safe. But if that wasn't Nanami's hand, then who the hell did it belong to? And how would that explain the cell phone in the bangle? I wasn't missing something, then it had to belong to Nanami. When I called her, it had rung on the cell phone held in the hand. Or maybe it had been all part of Shogun's trap. Was it even possible to make a perfect replica of Nanami's arm? In truth, I really didn't want to. The entire hand thing grossed me out. Just thinking about it made me want to puke, even if it did belong to Nanami. But that didn't mean I could just keep it in my fridge forever. Not even my supply of cola stayed that cold in it. I considered asking the police to come take it, but I realized they had just suspect me of being the new gen culprit, even more than they already did, that is. It would practically be suicide to dial 110 and go, "Hello, yes, come please take this person's severed hand out of my hands. Please, thank you." What should I do? Should I just throw it away? But suppose it was Nanami's arm. It really doesn't sound like a good idea to throw it away. Hell, were you even allowed to throw away human hands like that? They did constitute as burnable or not. Did they constitute as burnable or non-burnable trash? I tore at my hair. There was no point continuing to torture myself over it. I'd just go ahead and check one more time that the mango was on her wrist and that she was holding her cell phone. Was it Nanami's or was it someone else's? That was the question I hoped to answer. Oh. It is Akiha. It's Akiha, right? I was looking at the figures and I realized. But where did Saber go? Yeah, this is Akiha. This is Akiha. I'm happy. That's Akiha. I'm happy to see Akiha, man. Anyway, she's also one of the best Sumotos there is. I stood in front of the refrigerator and gripped the handle. I closed my eyes and then I took 1, then 2, then 3 deep breaths. Unsurprisingly, the temptation to just call Remy and ask her to do it for me crept up into my mind, but I quickly shook it away. No matter how good of an ally Remy was to me, there was no way she wouldn't freak out upon finding someone's hand in my fridge. And then, if I managed to fuck up the explanation, she would fall out of love with me and then turn me into the police. I'm gonna have to do this on my own somehow. I clenched my teeth, took 2 more deep breaths, and then I yanked on the handle with all my might. It was empty. Entirely empty. I thought for sure that I put a hand in there yesterday. It had been wrapped in an aluminum foil. It should have been on the top shelf, and yet there was no sign of it. All that was there was a few bottles of cola and a bunch of rotten clementines. Pecans. Nothing else. Just like that, it was completely gone. I crouched down and looked further into the refrigerator, but of course it still wasn't there. There wasn't much in there to begin with, so it was practically empty. There was no way I could have missed it. Or maybe I just assumed that, and in reality, I just left it somewhere. I closed the fridge door, then looked around my trash-filled room. A large cardboard box with a hand inside of it. What had I done with it? I felt like I tossed it into the corner of my room or something, but either way, my memory of last night was very unclear. More things had happened yesterday than my poor brain could handle, and everything was made all the more brutal due to the utter chaos of it all. Calm down. Just calm down. Now, get your thoughts together. Think of why it might have disappeared. I booted up the word processor on my PC and wrote down all the possibilities I could think of. My base had been unlocked ever since yesterday, so if someone really wanted to, they could have come right in, taken it without much trouble. That would also be consistent with how Shogun had been able to put that hand in my room in the first place. Or maybe it was number 2. My memory of where I left my base to go to Front was unclear. The feeling that I had to save Nanami, seeing the severed hand, how terrified I was of Shogun, all of those emotions swirled around me, invading each and every corner of my mind. I couldn't calm down at all. Maybe I had just left my base, tossed the hand in the dumpster somewhere without knowing it. Or maybe the whole hand thing in general was just a delusion. It didn't actually exist at all. But when I went to check my email, I found that one I got in from Shogun yesterday did in fact exist. And in that email, he clearly stated that the hand was present. Not to mention that Shogun himself had talked about it yesterday. I just couldn't believe that it had been just a delusion. I was about to sneeze, but I didn't sneeze. I hate that. Anyway. Okay. Then, what about the possibility that the police or media took it? Those people look at otaku freaks like we were no better than shit smeared on the bottom of their shoes, so it wouldn't surprise me. After everything that happened yesterday, I was afraid to look at the internet, and yet in the end, I couldn't help myself, so I clicked open my browser. First, I checked the news section on Taboo, as well as the news sites I would typically go to. And sure enough, there were articles upon articles about the uproar yesterday at the Scramble Crossing. I'm kind of lazy to read all of this right now, so I hadn't sent any emails to the media. I never even seen Yuri Brighton's show, let alone met him. So what the hell? Was this all part of Shogun's plan like it originally thought? What was his ultimate goal here? He said something about it being a quest or something. Okay, then what was the point of having mass media televise me trying to get my hands on the sword? I didn't get it. What was Shogun trying to accomplish? He even released Nanami alive. I followed the links to various articles, but after reading through all of them, not a single one of them mentioned Shogun. There had been practically no gap at all between what I tackled Shogun and what the media had come bursting onto the rooftop. Even if Shogun had managed to escape during that window, the media would have had seen him. And not only that, but Shogun was supposed to be stuck in a wheelchair. He was supposed to be paralyzed. So there was absolutely no way he would have been able to escape the rooftop in such a limited time frame. I went on to check our channel, and to no one's surprise, an enormous shitstorm was going on. My real name was being plastered everywhere. Okay, so I'm not going to be lazy about reading this one. The uniform that Nishijo dumbass was rocking is from Sume, isn't it? Are there any Sumes in the thread right now? That guy is a terminal fucktard. Do us all a favor off yourself, you piece of human trash, Lamau. Nishijo, you need to chill the fuck out, fuck's sake. It'll be your fault if otakus start getting beat up again. They found him carrying a figure. It was a goddamn Sierra Bloodtoon figure. Lamau, what the fuck? And just like that, otaku freaks around the world all just said the tear. That Nishijo fucker should have stayed inside like the show that he is. TV's not for him, lol. Sierra should have been like, Nishijo, you big dumb. Time for me to kick your fat butt with my awakened form rocket body blow attack. Some random who was a classmate of his last year actually came out and doxed the guy.
Utsuda.
It was Jesus Christ. Imagine your name being plastered in fucking 4chan, man. That was over. Seriously, that is fucking over, man. Imagine. Oh man, that's gonna hurt. It's over, Anon. It's over. Wait, I got distracted by a little bit. Give me a few seconds. All right, let's go. Everyone was just saying whatever the hell they wanted to. They weren't even considering how I felt as they talk all of this shit about me. This was 2008, right? This was before all the more prominent media featuring internet bullying and all that. Having a channel as their enemy was a scary thing, and it was all Shogun's fault. I was in this mess. I was wondering if anybody had leaked any sensitive information onto a channel. The staff couldn't have aired That stuff couldn't be aired on TV, but I couldn't find anything that fit that criteria. I hadn't been alone on that rooftop. There had been one more person, and yet not a single shred of information to come out about them. It was almost like being known as that the being known as Shogun had never been there in the first place. Maybe the Shogun that appeared on the rooftop was just an illusion. Maybe even if I know for a fact that he exists, there's a possibility that Shogun I saw at Ofront was just an illusion I created.
僕はやっぱり病気なのかも。
Oh look, he has the Seiretan figure's back, and we see Saber and Ryder. There are so many things happening that shouldn't have been possible in real life. It was more like a video game at this point. Like there were two worlds, one where Nanami was alive and one where she was dead. The two options were running parallel on another, meaning I got to choose between them, just like the choice you'd find in an eroge. The future was divided into countless different branches. By the way, this is like getting you ready for Steins Gate. And what made me different from the normal people was that I could simulate what stories events might occur using my delusions. I was in the middle of simulating the route that would lead to the bad ending, like one where Nanami died, or one where ISL jumped to her death end, or one where I fell off Ofront and died. In other words, for some reason, all these things that you normally find in the bad ending route could be coming after me, almost like they were hunting me down due to a trap I myself had set. Maybe I just had the desire to leave behind my boring, uneventful life and go to a more exciting world, like the one from a game. And because of that, I've been unconsciously showing myself what that would look like. That couldn't be it. I didn't have any desires even remotely like that. Or at the very least, I would never want to make myself go through anything that will make me feel sad or scared, simulation or not.
っていうか、どれだけ想像力豊かなんだよ。
What I'd been considering was nothing more than some childish bullshit delusion I'd come up without thinking. I sighed, leaned back in my chair, looked up at the ceiling with a blank stare on my face. Reality isn't set in stone. Anything and everything just felt fake. The world I was living in was completely hollow. Oh.
今日午後8時ごろ、渋谷区の渋谷川で女性の変死体が発見されました。被害者は江戸川区に住む十勝あやみさん27歳で、死因は喉を詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。警察の調べによりますと、被害者の右手の肉が削り取られて骨が露出しており、また胃の中からは人間の肉とみられる内容物が見つかりました。被害者は自らの右手を噛みちぎって食べたとみられ、また足首が紐で縛られていたとのことです。警察では自殺・他殺の両面から捜査を進めています。
Ever since the seismic intensity 5 earthquake, the city of Shibuya had been overwrought with an air of pure bloodlust. The sense of order in the city had been deteriorating. This decrease in the number and security was not just regarding fights among young people, but the increasing number of store windows being broken, as well as a large surge in death. The media continued to use the term new generation in order to establish a feeling of crisis and entrapment, and in response to such fear-mongering, a handful of stores had abruptly ceased operations. In addition, a group calling themselves the Anti-New Gen had suddenly transformed into the riotous mob during one of their weekly demonstrations, charging the Shibuya police station, resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Much like the Esper Boy riot, thousands upon thousands of curious onlookers scattered in the area in order to enjoy yet another shitstorm. There was a striking difference in excitement between those who were visiting the city and those who lived in it. The former expected Shibuya to be more brutally eventful than ever, while the latter condensed the lawlessness of their home and insisted on strengthening the police authority. Then, as if to mock all the uproar, the sixth New Gen incident occurred, and of course the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. It had been a week since the earthquake, and in that period I had been suspended from school. Even if I hadn't been suspended, I would have been in the proper mental state to go to school anyway. The day immediately following the earthquake, another New Gen incident had occurred. That incident, just like the murder of Takashino, was obviously supposed to send a message to me. It was a woman who had bitten off her right hand. There was no doubt in my mind it was supposed to allude to Nanami's severed right hand. Nanami was a clear bait for Shogun to lure me out, but even though I knew that, the thought that Nanami could have been the one killed sent shivers down my spine. And since I had become famous in Shibuya in the worst sense of the word, I was more and more terrified of going out than ever. I had a hole to crawl into. I would have done it with no hesitation. Even going to the convenience store to buy food for myself killed me. There had been entire days I went without eating. It was impossible for me to walk outside with my head not glued to the ground. It always felt like someone was laughing at me. The gazes of other people terrified me. I didn't want to talk to anyone, to see anyone. People from the mass media had been trying to bother me constantly, but I ignored every single one of them. I hadn't called my parents, nor had I talked to Nanami. I hadn't been playing ESO either. If it somehow got out that I was Nineheart, I would be absolutely fucked. It had been 1 week now. Was that enough time for everything to cool down? People always say, oh, they'll forget about it in a month, but hopefully it didn't actually take that long. I mean, trends did go by extremely quickly these days. Slang people use would become obsolete by next year. Even net slang and memes that people use online died out in just a couple of months. By the way, nowadays it's just probably even a week. Yeah, things are way faster now. Yeah, some memes die within a week. Television sought out heroes, idols, villains, or whatever else would excite the public as soon as it found them, and consumed them for all they were worth, and promptly discarded them. Even the New Gen cases, which have been going on for 6 cases now, were quieting down. No one even talked about the first case on Achal anymore. Everything faded from people's memories in the blink of an eye, which was why I was hoping that in the past week, everything that happened to me had already faded from public consciousness, just like some passing trend. Even if it was just wishful thinking, I couldn't help but hope that it might be true. My head and stomach started to bang. I sat down on the usual bench and calmed myself down. Seira-tan would know what to say right now.
そんなに苦しむぐらいならもう学校になんか行くのやめればいいっしょ。
I was at the point where I was starting to consider it. I mean, due to the worsening security, more and more people have been opting out of school in Shibuya Ward, so it wouldn't just be me. And I'd always thought it made no difference whether or not I graduated, so much so that I would be willing to drop out of school right now. But despite that, I still plan to continue going, even if it meant risking running to Yua. I gulped down a soda I bought at the vending machine on the way to the park, then stood up from the bench. I should have stopped kidding myself. I didn't want to go to school, but I didn't want to quit it either. Because if I quit school, I wouldn't be able to see Remy anymore. We were classmates. So long as I kept going to school, I'll be able to see her without going out of my way to do so. But I lost that. I could always just call her or go meet her directly, but like I said, that would meant I had to go out of my way to contact her. I knew for a fact I couldn't do that. In fact, I already hadn't been able to bring myself to see her for a while now.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
That was what Rumi had promised me, and I haven't heard from her over 10 days now. Not a single word. The thought that Rumi, my one and only ally, might have fallen out of love with me after seeing my disgusting behavior on TV, it destroyed me. I was terrified. I felt like crying. I had never felt so alone. No one, not even Nanami, had come to see me. I was being subjected to thread after thread of endless slander on the internet. I was scared shitless by even the idea of Shogun and Yua. And while I said before that I didn't want to see anyone, the loneliness was eating away at me. I wanted Rumi to come and see me. I wanted her to hug me gently and tell me it would be okay. It must have been so hard, but I'm here now, she would say. In the end, Rumi had spoiled me rotten. But she wasn't in the wrong for doing so. Rumi had taught me the warmth that treaty could have. And now that I knew what the warmth felt like, I had never stopped wishing for it ever since. I couldn't get that kind of peace from 2D or delusions anymore. I couldn't survive on just my delusions. I wanted to see her. When I passed through the school gate, I hadn't noticed any particular change in the atmosphere. That is to say, no one had noticed me. I entered the building and started up the stairs. A girl I didn't recognize went to pass me, but just before she did, she let out an audible, "Ah." I looked at me with pity in her eyes. Oh my god! I walked into the hallway where my classroom was located. Several windows were broken, and I could feel people's gazes nervously burning through me as they whispered. At that moment, I was hit with a very bad feeling. My wishful thinking was already on the verge of shattering into pieces. But even so, I opened the door to my classroom, fueled by one desire, to see Rumi. The silence lasted for about 10 seconds. Everyone was frozen. They all stared at me. I kept my head down as I walked through the quieted classroom and took my seat. As if on cue, a DQN sitting in the last row, whose name I didn't know, spoke up. And with those two sentences, time started moving again in the classroom.
それ言ったらかわいそうじゃねだってユーリが認めた男なんだぜそうそう俺テレビ見てたぜすげえよあのやらせ超能力者
西条もどうせやらせなんでしょ大きい人形と小さいお人形を抱えてただけだもんね
やめとけって西条は病気なだけだっつのそっとしといてやれだってあいつ空飛べるらしいじゃんあとなんだっけ投資
私投資されたらどうしよう服もスケスケで裸見られる西条変態じゃん
おやっべこっち見た石にされる前に目をするぜ大丈夫実際のところただの肝音だから
Fucking assholes, man. Well, that's high school for you. This is hell. This was exactly what I feared the most. The DQNs had their eyes on me now. It had been a week, but no one had forgotten about the uproarious cause. I was now the laughingstock of Japan. The boy who, after trying to show off his special powers to the masses, went home and slept with a figure. There was no point in protesting, saying that I never called myself an Esper. The truth was meaningless now. Right now, the truth was just one story that everyone in Japan was familiar with. The story that tens of millions of people recognized to be the truth. There was no fixing that. No one could. Not me, not anyone on TV, not even Shogun. I was a self-proclaimed Esper who no one would ever associate with. I was an absolutely revolting male otaku, the biggest freak anyone had ever seen. Not a single person would ever look at me with anything other than disgust. I always hated TV shows that made fun of otakus, and now I just added fuel to the fire. I didn't have any psychic abilities. I couldn't fly. I didn't have clairvoyance. I didn't have telekinesis. I couldn't obtain a D sword. I'd even given up on trying to save my sisters just so I could save myself, like the complete piece of shit I was. I was just an otaku that had nothing to show for his life other than his knowledge of anime, video games, and whatever other media, so it only made sense that I couldn't do it. I fought out my imminent mental breakdown and searched for my savior Rimi. And when I did, my eyes met Mitsumi-kun's, only for him to immediately look away. I guess that was only fair. If you hung out with me, the entire class would shun you too. That's why he looked away. It was only natural. Besides, he and I always lived in two different worlds. I was an otaku, and he was a total alpha male. It was a marvel that we had ever been friends at all. Feeling like I was on the verge of tears, I went back to scanning the room. I searched for anything I could latch onto. I desperately cried out in my mind for Rimi. But she wasn't there. Rimi was nowhere to be found. Why? Was she just absent? Of all times for her to be gone, why now? I didn't have any way to get hold of her. What if she never came to school again? If that happened, I'll never see her again for the rest of my life. That was the feeling I got. It was like that when she first appeared too. Back on the first day I saw her at school, Rimi was still in my class, just like that. And now she disappeared just as quickly. Could she have gotten caught up in the earthquake? Could she be dead? I tried my best to shake off all those negative thoughts, but it was hopeless. I was just getting more and more depressed, and now my mind was being overwhelmed by an incredibly dark and foreboding delusion. I was starting to wonder if the girl known as Sakihata Rimi had ever existed at all. Maybe she was just another personality I created inside my delusions, like Seiratan. Well, you know, in Tsubahime terms, it's totally possible to have that shit going on. Anyway, I don't know why I had everyone cut randomly. And when I thought of it like that, it all started to make sense. Whenever I needed help, Rimi always came to my rescue, like a knight in shining armor. Whenever everyone else would treat an otaku freak like me like trash, Rimi would treat me with kindness. Had I seriously believed that there was a treaty girl that was so damn perfect for me, someone that was pretty much my dream girl, let's run away with our delusions, bro. I had no reason to come to school anymore. My one and only reason was gone. I was really completely alone, just like I've always been. I'd always been completely and utterly alone. I started to cry inside my head. It took everything I had just to keep myself from crying in real life. That was all I could do to try and at least maintain some semblance of pride. But that was all it was, a semblance. I tried as hard as I could just to keep my head down, grit my teeth, and stay in my seat. Even though I didn't want to hear them, I could hear all my classmates talking. I wanted to run away, but I was too afraid that it would only make things worse. Every last one of you should just die. I had nothing left to lose, so why not just die doing what I love to the very end? For example, wrapping my arms around one of the girls in my class, whispering dirty things ripped straight from an eroge to their ear. If I could actually do that, I'll go straight to class in the morning to get in some public humiliation for roleplay, fuhihi. While only half paying attention and looking around the classroom. Who would be a good target? A cute girl that wouldn't put up much of a fight sounded ideal. The DQN bitches were already out of the question. Even though they were all merely high school students, they all wore way too much makeup, rendering not even remotely attractive. Oh, I know. Maybe the transfer student would be a good choice. From a glance, she looked to be quite docile, and her entire body gave off an aura of a lolly, who was typically the #1 target of bullying. Additionally, she also had a clumsy girl attribute, which was super moe. Really, she was already virtually a 2D character. Yeah, perhaps she really would be a good choice. Fuhihihi. Nice. I had a Schizo episode just now. I stood up in a relaxed manner. The aura surrounding me had changed. Even the people who had been ridiculed and provoking me were startled by my sudden movement. Heh. In the end, you guys are all talk. But I'm different. I'm the type of man who acts. And now, it's time to prove it all to you. Without saying a single word, I made my way over to the transfer at the student's desk. She was sitting hunched over her desk, her seat face down. It was literally. It's like she's the. It's like she's literally the female version of Takumi there. Noticing me approach, she looked up at me quizzically. For some reason, she already looked like she was about to cry. I then quickly grabbed both her slender arms. I then began to pull her toward me. She tried to resist me with her feeble strength. She altered between looking at me and looking at her surroundings, her confusion written all over her face. It was clear she had no idea what to do. You can tell he became a 30 asshole. I brought her in close, wrapped my arms around her white forcefully. Her body was incredibly frail, to the point where I thought I might break her. If I was too rough with her, she'd tremble like a chihuahua in my arms. But man, did she smell good. I nuzzled against her head, the top of which rarely reached the bottom of my chin. I buried my nose in her soft hair and sniffed it. The transfer student was so terrified she couldn't speak. Then again, I hadn't seen her talk even once before this anyway. She was struggling and wriggling around in order to try and escape from my grip, but the strength she put forth was pitiful. I didn't exercise normally at all, but even with the zero muscle mass, I had easily been able to subdue her. The DQNs around me had likely taken aback by my strange behavior were all frozen in place. As the transfer student shook her head back and forth, I ran my tongue along her ear. Oh my god, this guy! I mean, I already see the image, but reading the description was like, the fuck? Her delicate body squirmed in my arms. Ah, what a delicious reaction. More. I couldn't get enough of it. I was getting more and more aroused. I decided not to think about the consequences, instead of just choosing to follow through with my inner desires. First, the dirty talk. I was going to make this timid transfer student say something indecent. Sad, this sexual desire was something else. Oh my god. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment right now. I'm not gonna lie. Reading this is giving me secondhand embarrassment. I know this is a delusion, but this is already like... This is just... I don't know. I mean, we saw all the other delusions, but for some reason this hits so hard. I don't know why. Jesus. The transfer student's face reddened. She shook her head even more desperately than before, tears welling up in her eyes. Her reluctance only served to feed my sadistic desire even more. Cock-a-doodle-doo. I have a feeling the translations, the actual thing he was saying is actually much more worse than this. Let's forget about that last one. As I stretched further and further into my seat, I tried to make the transfer student perform a number of humiliating acts in my head. I wasn't gonna hold back anymore. If my life was going to end anyway, I might as well have a little bit of fun before it did. The more I thought about it, the more I felt the urge to do it. Maybe the moment I did something reckless like that, the simulation of the bad end would end, and the world would then reset. I would then return to the original world where I could make different choices. Urimi would be there. Misumiku would be talking to me in his normal, overly friendly manner. Everyone would have completely forgotten my shameful behavior. No one would be making fun of me. Maybe I should try it. The center of my head felt fuzzy. I felt kind of feverish. Was this the fever you got before obtaining some new knowledge of Power Hour? Or was it some delusional fever? I didn't have a specific name for it if it was. Well, not like it mattered. Maybe I should try it. Even if I didn't return to the normal world, people would just think I was crazy. No, it would probably already thought of that, or they probably already thought that. It really didn't matter. It wasn't like I had anything to lose. A week ago, back when the nurse had told me that Nanami was still alive, I thought that. As long as Nanami was alive, nothing else mattered. Even my life didn't matter. I didn't care if I was treated some freak and sent to the nearest hospital. It'd be nice if I ended up in the same one as Ayase. Where had Ayase been admitted to, I wondered. Was it that penitentiary-like hospital that she used to be in? Even that would be fine. Hell! That would even be slightly better than being in this rule without Rimi. The urges within me bubble like magma. I could no longer control them. I slowly stood up. Oh man, he lost it. Now I've lost it. I know I can kill. The truth lies beyond the gate. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone in the class stared at me, and their expression stifled. Stefan, don't look. There was no reason to look at the worthless piece of shit like me. Suddenly, I heard a girl's voice. Not only that, but it sounded straight out of an anime.
飛び降り自殺をしようとした人を助けたのは西条くんだもん。だから西条くんにはたくさん価値はあるよ。
Who the hell was talking to me? I looked around the room one more time. Everyone was all frozen in place due to my odd behavior, but they all kept their mouths shut. I couldn't find a single being who was talking. But that voice, it was such a strange sensation. It felt like it was coming from directly inside my head. Was it an illusion? Or had I just crafted yet another delusional girl inside my head? Huh? What was that just now? They were responding to my thoughts. Was someone reading my mind? No. It had to be just a delusion. When they shouted, classmates moved farther away from me, almost like they were trying to run away in fear. Bro, I'm having a schizo episode right now. Time to take my meds. The voice didn't answer my question. All the voice did was continue to talk to me in a really strange way. A shudder ran through me. Goosebumps sprang on my skin. It was an extremely cheerful tone. The voice then said, "Oh no, 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 no! Please, no more." I cowered in my seat, cradling my head in my hands. This world hadn't reset. I hadn't returned to the parallel world where Remy was. Rather, it was like I'd gone completely and utterly crazy. It had been a week since Ban had last visited Frisia. I don't know how to pronounce this. Frisia. Let's just say Frisia office, and things were a little bit different than he remembered. The seas of paper that had been piled high atop each and every desk were now completely absent. They had likely all come crashing down due to the earthquake, and Momose had ordered it to be cleaned up. Because of this, the place looked quite tidy. Staring at it with a sidelong look, Ban let out a sigh, then sat down on an office chair he had wheeled out from beneath a desk. He restlessly fanned his face with his favorite handheld fan. Momose, who had been tapping away at her laptop's keyboard on her desk, took one look at Ban's dismal appearance and scowled.
Nani? 来るのにため息なんてついて。
I was supposed to end stream at like 9 p.m. It's 8:30, so normally I would say I have 30 minutes left, but I'm like, anyway, no, I actually want to continue streaming, but I have to prepare. Well, I have to prepare dinner. But I'm just gonna dump a couple of things on the rice cooker and just have it do one pot thing. So I could probably take a break at around 9, maybe a 30-minute break or something. No, I think I'll just end stream and continue streaming immediately. I actually want to continue at least until 12, or actually I don't want to go as far as 1, but the story has finally picked up for me, and I don't know. I'm a little distracted. Okay. Oh, this caught my attention. There's another visual novel that got me curious. I'll check it out. Actually, I have two visual. I have another visual novel in mind that I wanted to play. What's the VNDB for this? What's the VNDB rate? There was another visual novel I want to. I already thought about the next visual novel I want to play after. After this, after Chaos Head, but me going through Chaos Head will take a while. I mean, I'm literally on the first route out of so many routes in this game, man. But anyway, the first route is going to be the heaviest after all, because it's clearing through all the common route content. But I know each route has like an additional like 2 to 3 hours before I get to the like, I don't know. Anyway, let me continue.
なあ、ももちゃん。何にもないとこから剣が出てくるって手品見たことあるかい？
さあ、手品なんて詳しくないから。
じゃあ瞬間移動は
箱の中に入ってとかそういうこと？
いやそうじゃなくて。
一体何が言いたいわけ？宴会芸でも覚えたいの？
わかんねえんだね。多分関係ないことだからさ。
変な人ね。
Momose shrugged her shoulders, then took a bite out of Kintsuba pastry Ban had offered her.
どうぞお茶っす。
Suwa brought over 2 paper cups. Steam billowed from the green tea that had been poured into them.
あら悪いわね、スバちゃん。お茶組なんてさせちゃって。今日みほちゃん風邪で休んでて。
いや大丈夫っす。
With a cheerful smile on her face, he handed Momose and Ban each a paper cup. Suwa had been taken to the office once before by Ban, while they were on another case. Ever since then, Suwa had come up to look to Momose as his mentor rather than his more direct superior Ban. Momose also seemed to enjoy Suwa's company, and she tended to speak to the young, honest man with a far kinder language than she did with Ban.
それより何の話してたんすか？
どうやったら父兄に受ける宴会芸を覚えられるかって相談をな。
はあ、そりゃ興味深いっす。
スワちゃん、こんなダメ刑事なんかといつまでもつるんでちゃダメよ。もっと優秀な上司に就くのおすすめするわ。でないとあなたの出世街道が断たれちゃう。
まるで俺が出世絶望的みてえな言い方だな。
事実でしょ。悔しかったらもっと真面目に仕事しなさい。
してるんだがな。
Ignoring Ban's frown of disagreement, Momose held out the box of Kintsuba to Suwa.
スワちゃんも食べて。
あ、どうもっす。
言っとくが、それは俺が自腹で買ってきたもんだぞ。
先輩、いただきます。
When he saw his subordinate bow his head and reach out for the Kintsuba, Ban let out yet another
それ
sigh.
より二人ともこれを見て。
A line graph appeared on the laptop screen. It had a gently undulating curve that rose and fell like the tide. Suwa, who had circled around behind Ban, peered at the graph and cocked his head.
これ何のグラフっすか？
ここ1年の渋谷近辺の G レートよ。おかしいと思わない？
渋谷の平均 G レートが世界的に見ても高いってのももちゃんに教えてもらったんだぜ。
そうじゃなくて気のせいかもしれないけど G レートが何者かによって操作されてるような気がするの。
そんなことできるんすか？
さあ、でもグラフを見るとなんだか不自然なのよね。数値が小刻みに変動しすぎてる。10年ぐらい前まで遡って調べてみたんだけど、ここ5年くらいはずっとそんな調子なのよ。
前に太田教授だっけか、その人が言ってた、なんだっけ、 G レートが半年前から増加してるとかなんだが、その辺と関係あるのか？
太田教授の調査では G レートはそんなに細かい変動は起こさないっていうことなのよ。
何らかの異常が起こってて、そこに人為的なものを感じるってことか。
でも5年っすよ。それだけ続いてれば異常じゃなくて正常な状態と言えなくもないんじゃないですか？
もう一つある。グラフを細かく調べていくと G レートは毎週末に伸びる傾向にあるのよ。
週休2日のサラリーマンにはありがたいことだな。俺には関係ねえけど。
ああ、土日に休み欲しいっすね。自分もう2ヶ月休みなしっすよ。
The two detectives hung their heads, to which Momose responded with a curt shake of her own.
茶化してる場合じゃないわ。1週間ごとに定期的に変動してるのよ。しかも年末年始やお盆休みなんかは変動がピタリと止まる。何かの意志が働いているとしか思えないわ。
年末年始やお盆休みがあるのって人間だけだよね。動物や植物はそんなもんあるわけないもんな。
実は地球の意志とか。
地球の意志？随分壮大な話だな。だがもし仮にそんなもんがあったとして、地球が明けましておめでとうとか言うか
な。冗談っすよ。
年末年始はともかくお盆休みは日本にしかない風習よね。
日本人の社会活動と同期しすぎ。
渋谷っすから当然なんじゃ。
ちなみにこことここ見て。
Momose first pointed at the center of the line graph, then to the right, where the most recent data was situated.
この2箇所はすごく凝っているでしょ。
一番右はこの1年の最高記録みたいな。
1年どころかこの10年で最高よ。
日付は？
真ん中は3ヶ月前。覚えてる？小さな地震があったでしょ。
いや、震度3でなぜか8人も死んだ。あれか、あの犠牲者ってなんで死んだのか理由はまだ特定できてないんじゃなかった？
そうでしたっけ？
Ignoring the exchange between the two detectives, Momose continued talking.
で、一番右はこの間の地震の日。あの日、大規模な電磁波が発生したのは知ってるわよね。
渋谷中のコンピューターが壊れたらしい。なんだ、アナログ人間だからよくわかる。
自分の自宅のノーパソがやられたっす。普及してる暇がなくて。
あれは地震の影響で電磁波が起きたって言われてるけど、真相は全く逆かもしれない。電磁波の影響で地震が起きた。
おいおい、そんなことテレビや新聞じゃ言ってなかったぞ。
あくまで私の推測だけど、この2つの地震は天災じゃなくて人災かもって思ってるの。だってどっちも普通じゃないもん。前の地震では震度3っていう規模なのに8人も亡くなってるし、そして今回は震度5で118人。
死にすぎって言いたい。
さっきバンちゃん言ったでしょ。亡くなった方の大半は死因が不明って。そんなの尋常じゃないわ。
確かに。
それに空が白く染まったっていう噂もある。
そういえば時間が経つにつれて全く報道されなくなったな。
マスコミに何らかの圧力があったのかもね。
まさか。
名はどうか。
おそらくそうよ。
マジっすか？
明和党とつながりの団体をあるべきか。
もうやったわよ。
さすがももちゃん、相変わらず仕事早いね。出て。
Momose raised her hand skyward, stretched far and wide, tilting her head slightly to the side, and a satisfying pop sounded from her bones.
それらしい当たりはなし。お手上げや。
お手上げってももちゃ
ん。やっぱももちゃんさんの推測が間違いなんじゃ。
そうかもしれないわね。これでも結構時間かけて調べたのよ。本名そっちのけでね。でも行き詰まっちゃったわ。よほど巧妙に隠されているか スワちゃんの言う通り、私の推測が見当外れでしかないのか。
こういう時は別の方向から攻めてみるってのがデカの鉄則だぜ。
先輩、なんか心当たりあるんすか？
Vance stopped the hand that was fanning himself, then wet his lips with his tongue.
週末に G レートが上がって得するやつって誰なんだろうな。
And I'll be right back. Damn it, it's done. I haven't heard any more auditory illusions, but I couldn't bear to spend even another second in the classroom. So I booked it to the restroom and had hid there until afternoon classes were over. The reason I hadn't immediately headed back to my base was not only because of my lingering regret, but also because I still hoped that I'd get to see Remy. So after school, once everyone had left, I snuck back into the empty classroom. And there she was, all alone, smiling at me. As I walked in, was Remy.
石どこ行ってたの？待ってたんだよ。一緒に帰ろっか、タク。
I was hoping you'd say that. This was exactly what I wished for. But I was the only one in the classroom. Nobody was waiting for me. I made my way to the courtyard. It was here that Remy had told me I'll stay by your side. But now there was no one here. My only companions were the purple flowers in the flower bed, swaying lonesomely in the autumn breeze. I grabbed the vermilion handkerchief out of my bag, the same one that Remy had given me. I sniffed it, hoping to smell her familiar floral scent, but that smell never came. I had likely washed it once before, and in the process erased every trace of her. It was just a regular handkerchief now. The memory lingered, but Remy did not. With every single part of me crying out to see her, I simply wandered around the school grounds.
なんて救いようがないんだ。僕って。
Holding her handkerchief to my mouth the entire time. I disgusted myself so much I felt like I was going to vomit. After leaving the school, I began to walk aimlessly. I didn't care about anything anymore. My fears about being attacked by Shogun and Yor or whoever else had completely vanished. I even found myself wishing that they would kill me. As long as it wasn't painful, I welcomed it. My mental state had been completely overtaken by depression. When my gaze happened upon it, the center of Shibuya was so bleak, it only served to accelerate my depression all the more. Not a single smile could be seen on the people walking down the street. All they did was scowl grimly at their surroundings. It gave the place a particularly stark atmosphere, one where it felt as if a fight could break out between passerbys at the moment. It should be passerbys at the moment. Anyway. Stores that would normally be full to the brim with people had their shutters practically bolted to the ground. Just by walking aimlessly through Shibuya, I'd already come across a ton of them. I also noticed that there were less cars on the road than usual. The jumbotrons had always blared through the streets were now completely silent. And in their place was incessant sounds of police sirens, car horns, and various cars screeching in the distance. There wasn't a single trace of the mess I caused in front of the station a week ago. Even if I hadn't disappeared from people's memories yet, the city's memories may have long since it would meet the obscurity. How nice it would be if I, too, could wipe away my memories. To know nothing, to be ignorant, to remain a fool. I was sure a person like that lived a life full of sunshine and roses.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなのはただの甘えだ。
I had a feeling Senna had said that to me, but was it really so wrong? Being naive? People? Me? None of us are that strong. I was always wishing for someone to save me. I couldn't do anything on my own. I didn't want to. I stood in the middle of the road and closed my eyes. The most agonizing thing about all this was that I barely understood what was actually going on. Things like Shogun, these swords, were things I didn't want to know, but I ended up learning about them regardless. However, if you were to ask me what they were, I wouldn't be able to answer. I didn't know the answer. Maybe I should just die. Looking to the top of the old front building, I thought that to myself. If I were to die, maybe my memories would reset, and I would get to play again. Hey, person controlling me. What do you think? This current playthrough is complete and utter failure. You made a mistake by allowing your joke of a character to grow in levels. Bro, just hang in there. You should have made me more like a hero. You should have made me actually cool. You should have made me more sociable, respectable to women. You should have given me a passionate sense of justice that would allow me to empower the weak. Although I'm playing a visual novel, so I can't really. There isn't much like choices for me to change that for you, Takumi. As I am now, I can't beat the final boss. I can't beat the game. I can't do anything. So please don't expect me to. Reset the game. Please, I'm worthless like this. Erase me. I wasn't erased. Instead, I felt the impact of someone bumping into my shoulder. I thought it was just an auditory illusion. Earlier this morning, I heard a girl version of that line. Now it was a guy version. Who asked for that? I'd rather hear a much more moe voice, an illusion I could actually fap to later. Then again, if they were to whisper something sexy in my ear, I'd get a boner even though I was in the middle of the city. Fee.
なあてめえ、西条だな。
どうなんだ、やらせ超能力少年。
この前テレビ出てたよな。ゲラいっぱいもらったんだろ。
ちょっと顔貸せよ、エスパー君。
I opened my eyes. There were 3 men standing all around me. All 3 of them were wearing baggy clothing. They had gold, silver, and red hair. 2 of them had their nose and ears pierced, and the remaining one just had their ears pierced. One of them was a Ganguro, which I thought had gone completely extinct before now. That's a death flag, I thought to myself. So, this was the bump into confrontation kind of death flag, huh? It really was just one after another other day. Whatever, I don't care anymore. Just hurry up and kill me. Once you do, the game will reset and I'll be born anew. Do you have a knife on you? Maybe make sure to stab me in a way that I'll die instantly, alright? I was so scared. My legs were shaking. I shouted instinctively, though it had been closer to a scream. I didn't care about how it made me look. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I was lying about not caring anymore. My situation might be hopeless, but I still don't want to die. One of the DQNs covered my mouth. I couldn't speak anymore. They grabbed my arms from both sides. I stopped resisting. They dragged me to a deserted alleyway. No one would go anywhere near. Grinning the entire time, so I decided to launch a preemptive strike against the three men. I got down on my hands and knees and apologized in a shaky voice.
お金なら全部渡すから、それで見逃してください。
I held out my wallet to them. The DQN snatched it from me.
お前金持ちだな。さすが超能力少年だぜ。お前いいやつじゃん。俺気に入っちゃったよ。
Down on my hands and knees, I read a sigh of relief when he said that. If he liked me, he was gonna let me go.
俺らの仲間に入れてやるよ。入会金は100万円な。これ強制。本当はすぐ払ってもらうとこだけどよ。今日の夜までにしてやるよ。まあ、なんか超能力使って見せてくれたら、半額にしてやってもいいけどな。
なんか言えよ。
超能力見せろっつってんだよ。できねえの。
できねえのかっつってんだよ。
I felt a sharp pain jolt through my side. It felt like he'd broken my ribs. I couldn't breathe. I nearly lost consciousness. I was dizzy. Right as I thought that, the DQN's foot came into view in front of me. Then, aiming directly at my face, his shoe shot toward me at tremendous speed. What just happened? I thought I felt an agonizing pain radiating from my face, but it might have just been a delusion. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids refused to move. The darkness wouldn't go away.
だよ、もう伸びたのか？
どうする？このくらいにしとく？もうちょっと痛みつけといた方がいいんじゃね？あのダーススパイダーの兄ちゃんもそう言ってたじゃん。
ボコボコにしてくれって言ってた。
こいつボコるだけで金くれるなんて、よっぽどこいつのこと嫌いなのかもな。
というわけなんで、続きまーす。
俺らのこと恨まないでね。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill them.
おい、何土地狂ってんだよ。ふざけんなよ。なんだそれ。おい、よせ。やめろ。やめて。やだ。
The pale evening sun shone through the window of a hospital room. The light sign, read by the twilight, divided the room into two distinct parts, one captivated by light and one dominated by darkness. And what was illuminated by that light was a bed adorned with pure white sheets, and on the bedside table sat a handheld video game console. A number of academic books lined a nearby shelf, neighbored by a muted pink petals of an arrangement of cosmos flowers resting in the base of a vase. The room was neat and tidy. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. It was a space where time seemed to have come to a stop. The window cut into an evening sky, and by that window was a small figure, sitting in a wheelchair. The figure's back to the window. He remained still and motionless. His breathing was so light, and the intervals between each breath was so long, one might think he was already dead. His skin was covered with wrinkles. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets were sunken in. His scalp was barren. With these features, it often questioned whether he should be referred to as a young boy or old man. His shadow, which he had dubbed Shogun, extended all the way to the door of the room. The world then moved for the first time. The door slowly opened. After the scene, I want to end stream. I'm just gonna cook some food, and by that, I'm just gonna slap together some stuff in the rice cooker. Then I'll come back and start the stream again. Anyway, the door slowly opened, and a figure emerged from the darkened corridor, stepping foot into the room, steeped in evening glow. Sakihata Rimi did not fully enter the hospital room, instead choosing to remain at the entrance. Her expression, illuminated by the setting sun, detailed how the girl had been deep in thought.
もうやめよう。残念だけど、あの彼は、西条匠は消すべきだよ。
Shogun remained motionless in response to her words.
どうして？
危険だから。
Rumi's words were laden with grief and sorrow. Her eyes appeared slightly moist.
私が消そうか。
ダメだよ。
Rumi was unable to confirm whether or not he was actually moving his mouth to speak.
彼にはやってもらわなくちゃいけないことがあるんだ。
Rumi hung her head and gently ran her fingers through her hair that draped down before her.
例えば、あなたは夢に見たことを覚えていられる？
うん。
そっか。私、すぐ忘れちゃうんだ。
できる人とできない人がいる。
できる人はきっとロマンチストなんだね。
すごく長い夢をよく見るよ。見ている間は何年にも感じられる。
私もそうだった気がする。でもそれは幻。実際の時間としては寝ているうちのほんの 2,3 秒程度のものなんだって。夢って心の歌方なの。だから早く目覚めてでないといつかあなたは西条匠に殺されちゃう。
それでも構わないよ。夢から覚めるわけにはいかない。この夢は完結させなくちゃ。
完結した夢の後には何が残るの？
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna make food and I'm gonna restart streaming. Maybe I'll be back in 20 minutes or 10. I don't know. I have to wash rice and dump some. I'm just making takigumi gohan for dinner. Yeah. Let's save. Anyway, yeah, I'll be right back in 10 to 20 minutes. I'm just gonna dump some ingredients. I wonder how I'm gonna eat because I'll be still reading. I'll be narrating this. I don't want to go autoplay. And previous streams, I just autoplayed while I was eating. I was like, this is what I'm having fun with the immersion. Anyway, I'll see you guys in 10 to 20 to 30 minutes.